Welcome to Scribefest 2022. Let's get it started. Come with me.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along.
Hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to our third edition of Scribefest. It is a beautiful day here today. So lovely by the sea.
Oh, it's
isn't it?
beautiful. I love being by the sea, Tracy.
As I said, thanks for joining. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Tracy, and I'm going to be your host for the day, alongside with my lovely colleague Jo.
Hello, everybody.
We are super excited to have you here, and we cannot wait to start the conference. So, Jo, please tell our audience, what can they expect for today?
Well, today is a chance to learn with a range of different presentations from industry professionals. We'll be holding 2 lightning rounds, which involve 4 to 5 minute presentations back to back. So you'll need your pen and paper at the ready. At the end of every presentation, we'll have a Q&A session, so make sure you ask questions, any questions at all that you have throughout the presentation. To do this, you can use the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen.
And thank you to everyone who sent in their pet pictures and personal achievements.
They're just so cute.
They are adorable. We will be holding polls throughout the day during the breaks for a chance to win yourself and those beloved pets a prize. So do stick around to place your vote. We will be announcing those results of the prize draw at the end of today's event. Now, before we jump into those presentations, we have a very special performance from the Sheringham Shantymen. We're going to hand over to John, who's outside the venue, to give you a bit more information on where we're filming from today and introduce you to those Shantymen.
How exciting.
Thank you, Jo. So we are super excited to have the Sheringham Shantymen officially launch Scribefest 2022 this year. And as you can see, we're in the perfect location here. It's a beautiful morning here in Sheringham. And I'm just going to have a quick chat with Brian here. So Brian, you're a leader, or do you call the leader? What's your
musical director?
Musical director of the team?
Annually, so it could be somebody else.
Okay, good. So what's the biggest ever gig you've ever done? What's the biggest ever audience?
Probably this one.
Probably this one, really? So before
We've done.
so there's like how many people here?
I think the biggest one was the one we did, the one show in London. I don't know how many million people saw that, but
Oh, okay, cool. Where was that in London?
I can't really remember because
I hear drinking's involved. I hear drinking's involved a lot, as in your sort of.
But
No,
we
it's
try
not.
not to.
Okay, and how many in the group?
It varies from about 15 to about 25.
15 to 25. Okay, so we got a decent selection of the group out here today.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
would you like to just so what song are you singing here to
Mingle
this
Boat
morning?
Song, which is one of the oldest songs that we have sung. You know, it's a very easy song to sing. We know it well, and we decided it's a song you like with the North Sea in the background.
Oh, yeah, we've got the beautiful waves in the background. So I'm going to hand it over to you. Fire away.
4 and in, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, ya-ho, boys, let her go, boys. Bring her head round into the
That was amazing. That's the Sheringham Shantymen. So much thanks for your performance. Really appreciate you guys taking the time to come along and perform for all the attendees at Scribefest. So back to you and Tracy and Joe in the studio. Thank you.
Wow, that was brilliant. Thanks again to the Sheringham Shantymen for joining us today.
That was superb, wasn't it?
Excellent. Wasn't they just brilliant? Now, before we hand over to our keynote speaker, let's have a quick poll. So let us know which sessions you are looking most forward to today. The options should now be on your screen.
Okay, yes, we've got lots of different options coming up now, so if you'd all like to vote for those, that would absolutely be fantastic. Just gives us an idea today of what you're looking forward to the most.
Yeah, we have loads of really great speakers in both rounds.
Oh look, Alison Dunn, Creating Warm Spaces, is taking the lead at the moment, Joe. So
Yeah, that's quite a big one actually.
not surprised.
Yeah.
So cost of heating going up, that's hardly surprising.
Exactly, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Wow, they really are coming together.
Yeah, it's great. That Warm Spaces is really sort of taking the lead there. Yeah, it is. And Ray there, the Improper officer. Yeah.
Oh, do keep them coming. We will be sharing the results as they come through. How lovely. Well, shall we kick off with the speakers then? It's without further ado, it's time to start them off. So we'll be bringing him in. The first one that we've got today is Duncan Baker. So, Duncan has been involved in local politics and the wider community for the past 10 years, having been a previous councillor at Holt Town Council and current district councillor. In December 2019, he was elected MP for North Norfolk, and today he will be speaking about his experience of working with local communities. So, over to you, Duncan.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for that really welcome introduction. I'm really honoured to support Scribefest and give you some of an insight into this very unlikely path that meant I ended up as the Member of Parliament for North Norfolk, and how I got here, and just really how my route was so similar to many people who are watching. I was once a local councillor and indeed have gone through those ranks. And really how it all started. So it really is wonderful to be able to talk to you. North Norfolk is my home. It has been for all of my life, and the Sheringham Shantymen are absolutely adored in my constituency. There they are, standing on Sheringham Beach just now. And winning in 2019 at the general election was when I ended up, my watch, was when I ended up getting involved in mainstream politics, when I won with one of the biggest swings in the country. My journey into Parliament was, I would say, pretty unconventional. I never set out in life to become a Member of Parliament, but it is a real privilege to be in this position, and I absolutely love serving my constituents day in, day out, and what has undeniably been quite a slice of history over the last few years with everything that we have been through and continue to go through. So for the 400 or so people that are watching, I just want to say that you are the absolute vital lifeblood of democracy. You are, in my view, some of the most important people in your communities. For the clerks and for the staff, some of whom who are watching, who I no doubt work with, you're the glue. You're the glue that holds parish councils together, the wheels that keep it turning, and ensuring that councils that you manage keep moving and doing the great work that I so often see. And then really to the councillors, people often forget so many of you are volunteers. You give up thousands and thousands of hours to help others selflessly because, like me, I guess, the very essence of what you do is because you love the community that is around you. And my only experience before coming into Parliament was really from people like yourselves. It was working in my local community and that sense of helping and wanting to give back, which drove me. And it's because of that feeling that back in 2009, which seems like a very long time ago now, I stood in the town that I grew up in, with Holt, just slightly inland from Sheringham, to be a town councillor. And I simply went into that because my stepfather at the time, who had been a local councillor at all different levels of parish, district, county, and even ran for Parliament himself back in many days ago. He's sadly passed away now. But his essence was simply that he wanted to help people around the area with their local issues. And he instilled that in me and very much made sure that he wanted me to follow in those footsteps and make sure that I was there in that community to help people and shape the home that I grew up in. And I'm sure that resonates with many people watching. I never knew that that was really going to be a start of a journey to Parliament. It was never the remotest thought in a young, fresh-faced 29-year-old councillor that I would end up 10 years later in Parliament. But it was really 6 years later, through quite a different set of circumstances, that I ended up becoming mayor of my hometown. I then became a district councillor, and I then swiftly joined the cabinet on North Norfolk District Council when I was re-elected, and then I was re-elected and became the opposition leader. And I guess it was really from that platform that I was asked to run for Parliament, and the rest, as they say, is history. But what I want to focus on today is you, the relationships that councillors forge with the clerks and the councillors is absolutely vital. I remember that very, very well, and I still do today. We mustn't underestimate just how important a tight, close, supportive bond there needs to be, and just how vital that is. So thank you for absolutely everything that you do and for the shape that you put into the community around you. It's through that lens that I recall why I took on the role as mayor and chair of my town council back in 2015. And I'm sure one of the great problems that parish and town councils get into sometimes is the lack of focus, the lack of direction sometimes, perhaps engulfed with sometimes sadly disagreements within the councillors themselves, and that can often lead to delivery faltering. And I've got huge empathy with just how challenging and how tough the role of the clerk is. You have to keep so many plates spinning, you have to get things back on track, and I just know how often sometimes it feels as though you don't get that appreciation from the communities you serve. But for those of us that know, trust me, we really, really do appreciate everything that you do. You have to have such an enormous repertoire of skills, from legal knowledge to be a fantastic listening ear, to driving a council in the right strategic direction, and of course, as we just said, bringing councillors all together. So I suspect every one of you that is listening will have a wry smile and the experience of what I've just said. And certainly I did back in 2015 when I agreed to take on that chair of my parish council. For me, I treated it a bit like running a business. That was my background. We needed to have a focus. We needed to have a strategy. We needed to have clear aims and objectives. We'd forgotten who that we served, and we needed to mend a lot of squabbles on the council. We needed to not get bogged down in sometimes the monthly statutory job of dealing with planning applications. We had more of a purpose than just that. So the relationship I forged with my clerk at that time was incredibly strong. I supported her 100% and she supported me 100%. And I think that is so important when you are doing what we're doing. The councillors, the clerks have to work together to support one another. You have to respect the mutual challenges that you get at the grassroots, but all the way up into even government. There are so many challenging times, and it's making sure you support one another, that you get through it. I often say to my wife that I had more sleepless nights and went grayer when I was a mayor than I did as an MP, or I have as an MP. So look, together, forging those key relationships, just, how did we do it? Well, it was those clearly defined objectives and goals that the public elected us, wanted to see us work and deliver on. And I can remember at the time, we ended up with a new town trail. I remember negotiating, trying to put plaques into the ground was probably harder than the Brexit negotiations. It was unbelievably difficult, but we delivered it. We had a wonderful 1940s event, because Sheringham, as you saw at the beginning there, has a nationally recognised 1940s weekend, often in September. And Holt got on the back of that because it was expanding so quickly, and we helped bring people along the steam railway line into Holt, and it was a massive success. You can imagine we had such a difficult time in relocating from our community centre to buying our own building. Our town council owns our own building, and putting our tourist information centre in it. The backlash from the general public about whether we were doing the right thing was huge at the time, but we did that, and we now have our own asset. We won categories in the Britain in Bloom competition. I can remember being so proud driving through the town, and I'd come back from a week of holiday, seeing all the community putting hanging baskets up with plants in red, white and blue all along our wonderful street. And we won competitions for looking the best dressed town in the area. It was a huge, huge achievement that we did. But the nature of politics is that you don't always get every single measure right. That happens. But of course, success breeds camaraderie, it breeds confidence, and it breeds unity. And that's what we achieved when I was mayor, before I went on to other roles in the community. But that message that I've just given there, I think is relevant at all levels, whether it's a county, whether it's a district. And even when I was on district council back in 2016, I think 2017 time, when we rebuilt the sports complex in Sheringham, to the multi-million-pound sandscaping structure to protect homes around Bacton and Walcott, where we have a site of national significance because there's a huge gas terminal there. It was all about delivery. It was all about working together. And that was absolutely vital. So all this underpins back to the great work that you do at a local level. It's so important. Local government is vital. And it is often why I'm a huge advocate of devolving more and more powers to you at a local level, because you know your areas better than any of your communities. You are trusted and you are passionate about what you do to help deliver it. And I know on the call that there are some fantastic clerks and councillors who quite literally perform phenomenal roles in the communities you serve in, whether it is from one-off events in the year like the Jubilees that we saw, to just making sure your communities feel special, making them proud and putting them on the map all around the country as you do. Without you and without that sterling work to put in that base level democracy, things just don't happen in your community. So I hope that this feels as that, you know, people here in Parliament, such as myself, really get what you do. We understand why you do it. We know that the satisfaction of helping others, regardless of sometimes the stresses and strains, they are all worth it. And it was with that in mind, helping my community first, that drove me ultimately to end up in Parliament. And I wasn't at the beginning, perhaps wanting to stand to change national legislation, which is, of course, sometimes a passion that comes beset into what some people want to achieve. I simply wanted to serve my constituents and do it with a genuine love and desire to help the area. And I'd openly said when I was selected that I had no interest in serving any other part of the country, only my home. So I rather restricted my chances of becoming an MP other than in North Norfolk. So I just really want to kind of finish up now and just say that, look, as somebody with a real local homegrown connection to, just like so many of you watching, that passion for helping is what inspired me, and I know it essentially drives you too. Everybody has a recollection of a time when, for all the best reasons, maybe it's health and safety or something like that, no matter what you do, the public will criticise you. But I know, as an MP, I just keep going. I want to thank you all again. I work every day with countless clerks, parish, district and county councillors to assist constituents. You all equally do so much to keep all of our communities moving in all of the different places around the country that you represent. And I firmly believe that without you, democracy at this base level just would not be what it is. So look, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for Scribefest for putting this together. The programme looks really, really fantastic. Have a fantastic meeting. And once again, thank you so much for everything.
Oh, thank you, Duncan. Thank you for being part of Scribefest 2022 and for sharing that really interesting journey. Lovely to hear some topics about, you know, the history of our local community as well. But I do, before you go, I just want to ask you about another journey and offer you huge congratulations of your London time. So, spurred on by not one but 26 charities. Please just tell me, how did you get on? And I did happen to hear your little GPS going off, so go on, share your time with us.
Okay, so I tell you what happened. In lockdown, like everybody else, we were jumping up in front and down in front of our TVs, doing a bit of Joe Wicks to kind of keep ourselves fit and healthy and our mental health all going. That was what my wife was doing every morning. And she said, why don't you do it then? And so I said, I can't do that, but I'll start doing a bit of jogging. Hadn't done any jogging for 25 years since I left school. Started doing it. And then somebody said to me, you know,
Really?
enter the London Marathon. All MPs get a charitable place. We just have to pay our fee. And I thought, I can't run 26 miles. I'm not a natural athlete by any stretches. But I said, okay, I'll do it. So last year I stepped foot, got on the London Marathon, and the aim was something a bit different. It was to raise £1,000 for every mile I complete for a different local charity.
Oh, fabulous.
So 26,000 for 26 miles. We ended up raising 38,000 in the first year, which, you know, just made such a difference in the community. And then last 2 weekends ago, my toes are still black, lined up again. And I have said it's the last one for a while because it takes a heck of a lot out of your body. I'm 43 in a few weeks' time. So you miss the children, you miss your family. You don't get a lot of time on a Sunday to spend with your family. And I've got a couple of refugees living with me as well from Ukraine. So it's a bit of a manic life in the Baker household at the moment. But I wanted to do it again, but this time raise 25,000 for local charities, and on mile 26 raise 5,000 for Ukrainian refugees who are in Norfolk and can't go home yet. So 30,000. In the end, I think we've raised close to 40,000, which has been phenomenal. And so over the 2 years of doing it, you know, well over 70,000 for local charities. And I was running with a hamstring injury, which hurt. It really hurt. But we got round and I finished 52 seconds quicker than last year, which was a miracle given how much it hurt. But 4 hours, 15 minutes, I think, and 32 seconds, something like that.
Well, that's very respectable time, Duncan, and absolutely fantastic achievement and fantastic for all of those amazing charities. So I have to say, my first marathon, I also had the black toes, so can be changed by shoes. Do check out those ultras. They're definitely a long distance shoe. So anyway, thank you for joining us. So let's get to know the rest of our audience a little bit more then. Could we turn the chat on, please? Please find the chat button at the bottom of your screen and let us know, where are you joining us from today? Oh, can we see, Jo?
Yeah, so I can see we've got Linda from Honeyball, and we've got Pip from Melton, and we've got the lovely John from Bakewell. Hello to everybody joining us today. So we have one more presentation before we take a break, and this will be delivered by our very own John, who will be covering the latest innovations in making transport more accessible, sustainable and available to residents. So over to you, John.
Hi everybody, how are you doing? I only got 13 votes for my talk, so hopefully I'll be able to provide a talk that's very interesting. But yeah, Sheringham Shantymen, we had so many lovely comments in there about them. For me, it was an absolute magical experience. It must be a first, kicking off a local government conference with shanty singers. It'll always have a special place in my heart. And what about our hosts? Joe and Tracy, aren't they doing a good job? I mean, maybe they should have their own show. If they had their own show, what could we call it? Good Morning Parish, Town and Community Councils. Now that's a little bit long. Or Clark Break. Any suggestions in the chat for a show name for Joe and Tracy? But yeah, kudos to them for putting themselves outside, their comfort zone. day in, day out. You know, they're on their laptops, on the phones, talking to our customers. So, you know, it's commendable for them putting themselves forward to host the show today. You know, at Scribe, we really do have a great team, always pushing themselves forward, always trying to improve all aspects of the business, whether it's putting on, you know, fun events like this, improving our products, improving our training and customer support, improving how we actually support each other. You know, each year, I mean, each 3 months, we're always setting goals to move ourselves forward. So, and, you know, thankfully for our customers, they tell us we're doing a great job. They say our products are really easy to use and our support is exceptional. So we're not going to do a sales push at all on this event. It's free for everybody, regardless if you're a customer of us or not. But if you want to know a little bit more about us, feel free to reach out to us and come say hi. We're open to having a chat. Jessica will drop a link in the Zoom chat right now for you to book a slot for us. You know, I recommend, you know, just coming along and finding out more about what we do. Even if you're happy with how you do things currently at your council, you think, you know, you're using the right software systems, etc. But just, it's always worth checking out, different solutions, different providers out there. So over to my talk. I'll just share my screen there. Yeah, so I am talking about the future of transport. It's not something that we, you know, provide or get involved in at Scribe, but I have a background involved in transport. The previous company I was working with, it was a Swiss-based company, and we were building a sat-nav for public transport, and we deployed solutions all around the world, in New York, in Japan, in Switzerland, in Germany, etc. And really, you know, transport and movement, the mobility of people really is basically, you know, it's like a prime need for us. It makes us happy. As you know, it's relevant to the song we played at the opening. We played Happy by Pharrell Williams earlier. I was actually talking to Jane. I was going, what about that Happy song? It's by Will Ferrell, isn't it? And I actually got it wrong. Yes, Pharrell Williams. So it would have been a bit dodgy if we played a song by Will Ferrell. Anyway, so studies have found out-of-home mobility is strongly associated to quality of life. It gives us access to things, you know, obviously our jobs, education, training, healthcare being really important. And also, if you have a bit of disposable income, access to affordable food and leisure opportunities. So it really creates better well-being. But there is particularly dissatisfaction with travel if you have no access to no transport or poor transport connections. It gives a lower well-being, subjective well-being, and also depressive symptoms. So you all know this. I think you all know this, but movement, mobility of people is important to us, and you may be experiencing some of these kind of challenges in your community where you see a reduction in transport services and transport links within particularly rural areas. Maybe in the more urban areas you're experiencing increased traffic congestion and accidents, and also there's maybe a transition, you're spotting this transition to electric vehicles. Where you're thinking as a town council, parish council, how are you going to support this? And also there's this bigger goal for us to reduce our carbon emissions by to be net zero by 2050. So all these kind of challenges are being faced right now with transport, and hopefully they resonate with you. What I'm going to talk about today is showing you a little bit insight into the future of transport. And this is relevant to us all as individuals or as people, councillors and clerks and staff involved in local governments. And I'm going to talk about solutions that are trying to make it more sustainable, more accessible to all, and actually more available. But before we go on to that, let's just step back a little bit and look at the history of transport. So, you know, really, there hasn't, you know, if you look at this, the automobile was introduced in the earlier 20th century. Before that, were, you know, horse-drawn carts, boats and trains, and the bicycle actually really came after the train as a common mode of transport. And then really in the 1950s, we started seeing aircraft as a form of public transport. But really, I mean, if we look back at the 1950s, by now in 2022, we would have expected teleportation, but that hasn't happened. So if you really look back, there's actually not been that much innovation on how we move ourselves around, since the 1950s. The biggest last disruption in how we move around is in the early 1910. I'm not sure if anyone has ever seen this image. It's a really great image of 10-year gap on Fifth Avenue in New York, and you can see where the Ford introduced the affordable car, and in the space of 13 years, it basically completely disrupted. On the left-hand side, you can see all horse-drawn carts. 13 years later, the automobile had basically taken over. And really, at that time, that was a wizardry on wheels. It was really something for the more affluent families, and then it became more and more affordable for everybody to have this amazing way to travel. But actually, that car has caused us a lot of problems since then. I mean, it got to the point in terms of the use of public space, and when you're planning how public space is used, cars got prioritized on the top, not only in how they move, but also parking. And it's really shaped how cities, towns, and villages have been, evolved over the years. And, it's got to the point where in some urban areas, 10 to 20% of the area is dedicated to cars. There's a great statistic in New York. There's more space dedicated to sleeping vehicles compared to sleeping people. That's because, we only use vehicles 4% of the time. The 96% of the time, they're actually stationary. And then that 4% of the time, when we do choose to use them, we're actually 38% of our journeys are under 2 miles, and the average is 8.4 miles. And a lot of the time, it's just us sitting in that vehicle. So, that small time we do use them, we actually just do quite short journeys. And, one of the, big, most interesting statistics, also thought, about it, is that, the average vehicle is around 1,300 kilograms, and the average weight of a person is 70 kilograms. So, we're extracting all this energy from the planet to basically power this 1,300 kilogram vehicle, when we only require, the payload we're moving is normally, 70, depending if we have luggage, 70 to 100 kilograms. So it's hugely excessive and wasteful. In normal life, we don't behave like that. You have all that spare capacity in the vehicle that is not needed. When we, travel around and we have a bag, we don't carry loads of bags just in case we need it. So it's hugely excessive in terms of all the energy we're using to power that. And I'll talk more into that later. So where there is this big challenge with transport, there is big opportunity. And this is just a slide to show everything that's currently happening. There's so many companies in different assets of the actual vehicles, software, services that are trying to basically disrupt the car, disrupt the people and us that are traveling as a single occupant in a car that is powered by an internal combustion engine. So there's lots of activity happening all around the world. And also here in the UK, the government really see the opportunities in the future of transport, and they created this future of transport, future mobility zones, where they're experimenting with all these new modes of transport, which I'm going to dive into. And also this is a really interesting, really good move. The highway code was changed recently to prioritize the person, the individual, in terms of road users over all the other vehicles. And that is a really amazing move by the government. And hopefully over time, in terms of planning new infrastructure, also the individual and bicycles in particular, active miles, will be prioritized over vehicles. So I'm going to go into a few, I'll maybe introduce you to a couple of modes of transport that you're not familiar with. Everyone's familiar with mass public transport. So that's the, trains, trams, buses, ferries, etc. I'm going to talk about micro transit, and I'm going to talk about micro mobility. I'm not going to be talking about ride hailing, ride sharing, or self-driving cars. So ride hailing is, when you hail, it's basically taxis. Uber has made it a lot easier to do that via an app. Then ride sharing is when you share a ride with someone. You can do that in Uber using Uber Pool, but there's a lot of other companies like Lyft Share. If you go to liftshare.com here in Norfolk, they're the biggest provider in UK, and you can share a ride to work. And then also self-driving vehicles. But I'm going to dive into microtransit and micromobility because they really, hopefully, you've already seen some of these modes in the areas you live. First, talk about the convenience of the car versus the bus. So you can see here on the left-hand side why we like to travel in our own private vehicles or an on-demand vehicle, such as a taxi, because it gets you door to door, it's fast, it's comfortable, it's immediate, and it's direct. But the downsides of it is it's quite expensive. It's actually maybe not that convenient. When you get to a destination, you have to find a parking spot. And, you can often get stressed in that process. Then on the right-hand side, you've got the bus. It's cheap. You don't need to park. You don't need a driving license. You don't need to park. But it doesn't get you door to door. It's kind of out of your control. It can be crowded and inconvenient. So microtransit is attempting to bring those two together, and microtransit is basically like an Uber but minibus. So it's an on-demand minibus. So it's a smaller vehicle, carrying maybe 12 passengers, and it may be more if it's under more demand, and it's a lot more flexible. So it's like that Uber experience, and it's flexible routes and flexible schedules, because traditional public transport is fixed routes and fixed schedules, and they only change once a year if you're lucky, and it's very little change. This is flexible routes and flexible schedules, and the pickups and the drop-offs will vary all the time depending on the demand, what people are requesting. So that you might be lucky, it picks you out right outside your house, or you might have to walk a few hundred meters, maybe even a mile to a pick up and drop off point. But, that's far more convenient if, there was no vehicle there before. So it really does, actually, a lot of these services do complement mass public transport. It's really popular in the US. And basically it's filling the gaps. It's called, if you have holes which you might be experiencing in rural areas with lack of services or massive gaps, like 2 hours between a journey, these are called transit deserts, and it can fill the gaps in it. So it's deployed, over 100 microtransit services deployed in 40 states. And really, it's a really interesting statistic here is in Jersey City, 40% of all the rides are beginning and ending within 100 meters of affordable housing. So it's really enabling the underserved to get to their jobs, get to health, get to education, etc. Back in the UK, there are actually quite a lot of deployments. I was involved in a project in Wales, a company that was involved in a project in Wales, where Via Van is used in loads of parts. It's called Flexi in Wales. There's another example there in Sevenoaks. And also, actually, I was at the Yorkshire conference a couple of weeks ago, and I was talking to some of the councillors there, and there's talk of microtransit being deployed in Yorkshire. And also there's government guidance there now on what you can do if you want to deploy a demand responsive transport in your area. I'm just going to grab a quick drink of water. There you go. So that's microtransit. Look out for it. It's a company called Via is most popular. It used to be called Via Van. You should see it. And it's definitely a great solution to, if you are having services that are being reduced, if you see your district or county council looking at deploying something this, you want to encourage, look into it. Then we're going to go on to micromobility. So micromobility are small electric vehicles. And, you know, we don't always want to use public transport. We still want the convenience of being able to get from A to B in our own vehicle. And this is a, you know, these are being touted as a great solution to be able to move you from A to B without using a big vehicle. So they're basically classified as any, well, human-powered, a bicycle, or electric-powered, weighing less than 500 kilograms. A lot of the time, they're actually accessed through a shared service, or they can be privately owned. They do a great job at solving road congestion, because using a smaller vehicle to drive around, not taking up all this space with a vehicle, reduces air pollution because it's electric. And most importantly, it's right-sized solution. So for e-scooter is an example of micromobility. You know, they weigh between 8 and 15 kilograms, you know, so the payload is, you know, average 70 kilograms, and you're using a vehicle that's smaller than that, 8 to 15 kilograms. So that energy you're extracting from the planet to power that is a lot smaller. So it's a right-sized solution, and it can be affordable. So here is an example of a whole bunch of different, they're called different form factors. They're actually called devices in kind of the industry. They're almost like thought of, you know, because they're electric, you know, like, well, you can't see that, you know, it's my mobile phone there. So obviously you've got the e-bikes, e-scooters, mopeds, then there's all kinds of, in different parts around the world, they're experimenting with all kinds of other modes, you know, so hoverboards, skateboards, and those are powered skates there. So there's a lot of innovation happening on the different electric vehicles. And also, you know, there's been a challenge around them, you know, they've been criticized, being not accessible. And Lime, one of the world's biggest micro-mobility providers, which have a lot of deployments out in UK, particularly all the cities where you can book your order your ride via an app. They're experimenting with different electric vehicles for different accessibility needs. And not only, I'm going to do a little bit of self-driving here, but also there are other small electric vehicles, self-driving ones. You know, I don't know if anyone's been to Milton Keynes. I was there a couple of weeks ago seeing a customer. These are basically delivery bots that you can call on demand. They're self-driving. They only drive at 4 miles an hour. They're very edgy, you know, so if they see it, they'll basically stop if they see an obstruction or anything like that. If they cannot kind of navigate the environment they are in, they actually get transferred to a remote driver, so a human will actually drive it like a computer game if it's in a current situation, and they can be used for delivering food, package delivery, room service, hospitality, humanitarian, logistics. There's so much they can be used for, you know, and definitely for elderly, they're quite useful. You know, this picture of this lady getting a shopping, they're environmentally friendly, affordable, and they increase safety, you know, because no longer you have all these vehicles driving all around the city, doing all these deliveries. You know, you have these little robots driving around, a lot safer. You know, there's a lot of accidents caused by last mile delivery. Yes, that's a great solution there. So that's kind of all the different, you know, solutions out there in these electric vehicles. Before I actually go on to examples in the UK, again, it's a space to watch. There is innovation happening this in year in, year out, and you can see a selection of different vehicles there from different providers. And that one, the most interesting one, is that little white one. They're super popular in China. They're super cheap, and they're a small vehicle. You don't get wet, and they're very lightweight, and, you know, very efficient way to move around, and very popular amongst the over 60s. So we are seeing people, you know, deployments here in the UK. They got very popular in the pandemic. They were, you know, because they're a safer way to move from A to B with no contact with people. There's examples there in Lincolnshire. In Norwich, you know, we've had quite a few deployments of e-bikes, and then bikes that you cycle yourself, and then also e-scooters, and really great statistics there that they over the period that it's been running, they predict, well, they think that 28% of trips replace a car or van. So people who would have taken a car or van or motorbike or moped use these small electric vehicles instead. And also in the example there in Milton Keynes, they think that that's replaced 280,000 car journeys. So that's total 500,000 miles have been taken off the road and replaced by these what are becoming cute little delivery bots. They apparently now even sing to you. So they're very, inoffensive, and yeah, much better than these delivery cars driving everywhere. So so that's kind of, I covered up micro transit and micro mobility, and that's kind of also changed what we kind of regard as like a station, let's say. And you may have heard of mobility hubs, particularly in any town or village where you've got your bus station, and that's kind of growing to support all these new modes. So you can go to this mobility hub. Not only you'll have other ancillary services like a coffee shop, etc., but you'll have somewhere to charge your vehicle. You'll be able to pick up a bike share, pick up an e-scooter, pick up your Amazon delivery. Kind of solves, the last mile problem. So it's a central hub there, so it's offering all these modes of transport. So you are able, we're getting to the point where, particularly more in the urban areas, you're able now to move from door to door on these different modes of transport. And in some countries, they're even making it possible with the buses that externally you can, like your skis, when you're on a ski lift, you can kind of place your e-scooter on there, so you can get your e-scooter easily, for maybe the 2 miles to the bus, and then pop it on the bus, and then at the other end pick your e-scooter off. So no longer you think, oh, I'm going to drive on the car because it's much easier. I'm going to have my small electric vehicle to get to the shared vehicle for the first mile, and then at the other end for the last mile, I can also use my small electric vehicle. So it's actually fun and environmentally friendly way to move. I mean, at the moment in UK, that's not possible. These small electric scooters are illegal, but that's why the government are doing these future mobility zones, where they're doing these pilot studies. You would have seen them in all the cities and maybe some towns around the UK where they're testing them. The only way you're allowed to legally drive is using these shared services. You're not allowed cell phone at the moment. So there is also examples of mobility hubs I can show here, west of England, Plymouth. I was talking to Plymouth when my previous company, they're looking at deploying them. And there's also the first one actually live in London. So along with that, you guys, I'll do a little bit on charging infrastructure, and I'll give a little bit of time for questions. So you also may be looking at providing electric charging infrastructure. There's basically 3 kind of levels to it. The simple one is the extension lead, normally for home or office. Then you've got the pop-up chargers. This is kind of what you may be, you've got the lamppost or installed charger, that you might want to be putting in. The lampposts are obviously everywhere. Then an installed charger maybe in your car park or your village hall, etc. And then you've got the full installations, the purpose-built ones. We're told that Ubertricity is a company that basically do it free of charge. They can retrofit your lampposts to support electric charging. So there's one to look at. But yeah, so that's kind of a wrap. What I didn't talk about is self-driving vehicles. They're also super interesting. I can't wait till self-driving vehicles are everywhere. I think in 20, 30 years time, we will think it was crazy we allowed humans to drive vehicles. Autonomous vehicles, they don't get tired, they don't get stressed, they make mistakes, but they can be corrected, and those mistakes won't be made again. There's a lot of live deployments, particularly in retirement villages, as this screenshot here in the US. And there's a couple of real deployments here in the UK. I've talked about the Hyperloop, Elon Musk and Richard Branson's effort, and also personal electric flying vehicles are even there's innovations around that. And then also Amazon delivering parcels via drones. And that actually that's a real shot there, because they have a test facility in Cambridge and the team there doing drone deliveries. Cool. So lots happening. Anyway, that's kind of a wrap. Hopefully you found it interesting on a sort of personal level, what's happening, because you'd have seen these things happening already out there, and they also might be relevant to kind of the decisions you might need to be making. Cool.
Great. Well, thanks, John. That was really interesting. And I know you're a great fan of the e-scooter and the good old skateboard too. We've had some really, really good comments in the chat about some excellent schemes as well. So Tracy, do we have any questions for John?
We certainly have had some questions coming in. So one of the first we've got here is...
Also, before the question goes, caveat, I know, I don't know what questions they are, but I'm actually not much of an expert on this. I just know what's happening, like in terms of technology deployed in there. So caveat, but go away, Tracy.
Well, the first one is, are electric cars really green? Given the energy crisis at the moment, is it a good idea at present?
Yeah, they're still viable. I mean, in terms of the total cost of ownership and the total lifespan, electric vehicle, in terms of the mining and everything, like from ground to end of life, they are still better, than the internal combustion engine, although they're the wrong solution. So people think this is they're still too big. You're still, they're super heavy. Some of these are even heavier than internal combustion engine. So you're still taking all this energy to power this massive thing. When you're sitting in it on your little self on your own, the solution is to get smaller vehicles and use less energy. That's the big problem. We think electric vehicles are, the solution to our environmental problems, these electric cars, but they're not.
I'm sure. I read somewhere recently that some of the new vans have got sort of batteries that are 700 or 800 kilos. That's just for one van.
Yeah, you just need a lot of that battery power in there is for the battery, just to move it. And another question that's come in said, are the delivery robots subject to theft? They look quite portable. We know, obviously, thieves are already going around sort of, following delivery vans. Oh, yes, definitely. People have tried. Yeah, so this is what I love. So a big thing about these small electric vehicles, they're innovating them so quickly. So yes, in those early deployments, that people were trying to steal them, but they are so connected to and aware, they will, if you start trying to move them, alarms go off like crazy. And, it's hard to disconnect them from the internet and GPS. You're just tracking them. So if you have a crack at trying to steal one in Milton Keynes, you'll have the police you're basically a walking beacon. You'll have you're tracked. So it's almost impossible. So I don't think it's been an experience that it's reduced over the years now. It's almost really hard to steal them, and then they'll be no use to you afterwards, because they're powered by a centralized system.
And I absolutely love this one, Joe, especially after, big birthdays and things. I'm certainly old enough to remember, but are we going back to those great old bubble cars of the 60s? Somebody said their granddad used to have one.
We are going back. Yes, that is the future. The little bubble car. If you want an extra bit of space to take a passenger and take your shopping, the bubble car, and with all the innovations in materials, get it super lightweight. The future is the bubble car. A nice way to move around, and it's much safer because everyone's driving slower.
Well, I love driving slow, and I can imagine myself in a little pink bubble car.
I can see you in pink.
Well, they also talk about, like in the future, like these electric vehicles, they'll be pluggable. You know, so you have your chassis and you'll be able to construct your device according to your needs. So you could, you know, you could you'll have a fleet owner who owns loads of electric vehicles in the chassis, and they can plug and play and create a different vehicle for the needs of, you know, so if you're going out on, you know, like even attuned to your, you know, your event you're going out on. Yeah. So there's loads of cool stuff happening there.
And another good one that's coming in is asking about the cost. So are parish councils allowed to charge for EV charging? And also, is there any funding available to the parish councils to install these chargers?
There is fund. Jess, do you mind finding that blog post and dropping it into the chat? Because Jess, I think, did a blog post on that. Yeah, there is funding. There are grants, and also that Ubertricity, I think, actually do it for free, but then they obviously take money from that. Then also, I can't remember what the other, did I answer it? I think I answered it. But yeah, in terms of taking income, I think that kind of goes a bit more into kind of the powers you have and everything, you know, to be able to generate. I mean, Joe might be able to answer that one. You might be able to, you might be able to, you can't make profit from it, but you can make income to cover your costs, etc. Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. We'll share that information then.
Yeah, so thanks again, John. And both Duncan's and John's talks were brilliant. And being a clerk myself, thanks for the lovely appreciation from Duncan. That means a lot. So coming up is our lightning rounds, which involve 4 5-minute presentations back to back. They're pretty speedy, so have your pen and paper at the ready. First up is Ray Evans for the official book launch of An Improper Officer, an alternative guide to council clerking originating from his humorous observations while studying for Silka. I myself are really looking forward to this one because I'm a clerk and I'm also Silka qualified. So next we have James McCleary, co-director at Breakthrough Communications and serving councillor. He has extensive professional experience in communications, working for major charities and campaigning organisations. And today he will be sharing with us his top tips on using social media to engage your community.
Then we have Mark Tomkins, founder and creative director of Aubergine and author of the NALC Web Accessibility Handbook. Mark works with many local councils to ensure their website is compliant, and he will be sharing his top tips to keep your council's website accessible to all. And then last we have Fiona Anthony. She's a practice and professional development manager at NP Law, and she is going to be speaking on the topic of bullying. Sadly, it impacts both clerks and councillors and is seen far too often. She'll also be covering the Councillor Code of Conduct and what to do when you come across a breach of this. Please do make a note of any questions you have throughout the presentations, as we will invite all our lovely speakers back for a panel Q&A at the end. So without further ado, let's hand over to the first of those lightning round speakers. Okay, is Ray in the house? I don't think we've got Ray yet. He's having a few issues logging on. So we're going to, hopefully he'll come at the end. So we're going to kind of skip one. And James, we're going to kick off with you. So I'll just hit, so everyone knows, like, just this format of these talks, we don't control the slides. The slides, there's 20 slides. And they auto revolve every 15 seconds. So it's a bit of fun because the speakers have no control. So they have to like time the talk to their slides. So I'm going to jump straight to James. Let me just go over here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, John. Morning, everybody. It's great to be here to join you all. I'm going to be talking to you today about how to use social media to engage your community. As we were saying in the intro there, I'm co-director of Breakthrough Communications. We specialise in working with councils to improve their communications. So first of all, very quickly, platforms we focus on. These should be pretty obvious to most people, but we always show this slide just to reiterate the importance of Facebook. Other councils are moving on to other platforms now, but Facebook remains the world's leading platform and the one you should start with. If you are looking beyond Facebook, Instagram is typically the one that most people move to first. And we recommend this one particularly if you're looking to engage with different groups, including young people, or to visually showcase your community in a more effective way. Twitter, incredibly effective platform for engaging with specific issues using the power of hashtags. Also, if you want to engage your local media in a constructive way, Twitter is where journalists tend to live, so it's a good place to start. So Twitter can be very effective for certain things. YouTube is increasingly used by a huge number of authorities around the country. It's an excellent video hosting platform and is also owned by Google, which means it improves your ability to be found in searches when people are looking for things to do with your council. But Facebook remains the most widely used platform in this country. And we always recommend to councils to be very good at Facebook before looking to move on to other platforms, and ensure that you have a page rather than using a personal account to use Facebook. When you build your Facebook page, our top tips for enhancing a councillor or council Facebook page: make sure you've got a unique address, set up a call to action button, use the inbox function and the autoresponder function, and make sure you review it regularly. On Facebook and all other platforms, content is king. Make sure that your content is engaging and is actually being responded to by people. That means providing news and information, signposting, asking questions, and sharing content from elsewhere so that your page remains refreshed. Engaging content, generally speaking, is one or more of these things: relevant, interesting, informative, tells the story, seeks feedback, or asks questions. It doesn't have to be all of those, but if it's some of those, you've got a good chance of people actually engaging with your content online. And when you're looking to bring it to life a little bit, it's important to be authentic, sound like you, don't try to sound like somebody else. Build up conversations. Engagement is critical on social media, and use images, or better still, video, to make sure you get a bigger reach. If you're struggling for pictures, that's always a problem. There are some great free stock websites out there. A few of them listed there: Pexels.com, Unsplash, and Pixabay. Those are all licensed, copyright-free images you can use. We'd always recommend you have your own pictures if you can, but if you can't, it's a great place to go. Always think about the language you're using. We stress this really strongly. This is a communications platform. I'll draw your attention to point 2 there about council speak and acronyms. We all do it. I'm a councillor. Steer clear of them. Talk about what it is. Don't use acronyms if you can avoid it. It puts up a barrier. And think about using emojis. If we'd been doing this a year ago, I would have said steer well clear of them, but they're so widely used now that using emojis to bring your content to life can be incredibly effective. Use Emojipedia though, or some other, or a very young person sometimes interpret them, because some emojis can mean other things. A few things to be aware of on social media: humor has its place, but be careful of innuendo. Never reply in anger or if you've had a drink to a Facebook post, and really, really don't feed the trolls if you can avoid it. That's what they're there for. And share some more. Sharing your content onto local pages will build engagement, will build reach, and ensure that it's getting in front of people that you actually want to speak to. So share that content as widely as you can. And there's always time for something new. Trying something different on your social media is really important, and there are lots of features on Facebook, for instance, that people rarely use and can be used to reach a wider audience, like Facebook Live and using video to try to showcase what your council's doing. So never be afraid to test something else and have the confidence to do so. And we often talk to people at this point about really thinking about using video to reach different audiences, largely because the algorithms behind Facebook and behind Instagram in particular, which of course send company reward video. Using graphics, Canva.com is very widely used in the sector. We work with a lot of councils that use it already, and it's a really simple way of building graphics, but there are other softwares that are available. But using something simple to build graphics is a great way to engage with people. And finally, when we talk about tools, using scheduling tools. Facebook has built-in scheduling tools, but if you're using more than one platform, something like Hootsuite is widely used, and we'd recommend using something to schedule your posts over a long period of time. So the 4 things quickly to try: if you don't have one, set up a council Facebook page, like or join your Facebook pages and groups, try writing a post on your page and sharing it, and share a piece of relevant content from somewhere else, whether that's from a councillor, a council, an MP, local media, or wherever it is. And finally, have a look at Council Hive. This is a platform we've built that has how-to guides, templates you can download. It's paid for on a yearly subscription, and we'd be very happy to talk to you about it. And you can have a look at it through our website, where you can have a go at it and book in a call with us.
Great, thank you, James. Ray has now joined us, but we're going to do here. Ray will have you speaking at the end after Fiona, so we'll head straight to Mark. Thanks, James. I'll just change this here, drop that in there, and over to you, Mark.
Morning, everyone. Mark Tomkins from Aubergine here. I'm going to give you a 5-minute masterclass on website accessibility. So if you're a parish or a town clerk and you administer a website, this one is for you. So there's a lot of website accessibility aspects, but what does it mean? Well, basically, it is a way of presenting web pages and the information on it that works for people with disabilities. They use assistive technology, which is software and the hardware on their computer, and it interacts with websites differently. 1 in 5 people in every community has a disability or a situation that makes it difficult for them to access websites in the normal way. And you as a council must, and you have a legal obligation to make sure that they can access that information. It came into law in September 2020. Websites need to be made in a special way to be accessible and that works for people with disabilities with assistive technology. Just because the website might be new does not necessarily mean it is accessible or compliant. If your website wasn't built with WCAG 2.1, which is the measurement, in the brief, it won't be accessible and you are effectively creating barriers for your parishioners. So making sure that it does meet those standards is important because public information is for everyone. Councils publish public information and the public have a legal right to access that without barriers. It's also the right thing to do as well as it being the law. As I said already, 1 in 5 people have a disability or a situation where they might be old or a physical disability that prevents them accessing information on a website in a way that people without disabilities do. So here's some basic principles to how to improve your website for people with disabilities. Starting with making sure that the platform that you're on, if you're using images, please make sure that you use alt text to describe the image. What is alt text? That's a textual description that sits underneath the image. Most website platforms will allow you to do it. Don't overload it. Describe what's in it. Making link text descriptive is important. Please stop using click here, here, or download as your link text. Use a descriptive link. Tell the user where they're going or what they're going to open. Clear text is important. Make sure that your website uses a clear, open font, not too small, not colored, and not too fancy a typeface style. Not at the table, Carlos. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean avoid using tables for anything other than financial information. Tables do not have any navigation, so screen readers don't know which direction to send the user. So if you can't see the table, you're not going to know. Use structure on your page with headings, sequential structures. This also translates well across the Word documents. H1, H2, H3. Don't choose the headings based on what they look like. Choose it based on their number. And another thing to remember, of course, is colors and contrast. These are really important for people with visual disabilities. Avoid pastel colors and light colors. Use white backgrounds with high contrast colors. Now, accessible documents is a really regular occurrence. Making sure that you upload accessible documents to your website. Don't expect the website to sort it out. If you're using Microsoft Word, it's got a built-in checker. Use that before saving it as a PDF. When you're writing text, write for people that aren't clerks. Write the content for the normal person in plain English. Avoid jargon. Keep acronyms to an absolute minimum, especially from an accessibility perspective. Measure twice, cut once. What do I mean? Have a checking process. There are plenty of free online browser checking tools to check the accessible nature of a web page. We use Wave by WebAIM and it sits in the browser and you can check it. Accessibility statement is something that comes up a lot. Make sure you check it. It is a living organic document. It is a reflection of your council's position on how accessible your content is. Check it. But remember, it's a document, so it needs to be adopted by council. Change your mindset. This is an opportunity, not an inconvenience. It means that you can talk to 20% extra in your community. Thus far, those people have struggled to access the information. Ask for help. It can be daunting. Everybody here at Aubergine are web accessibility experts. So if you're unsure, give us a call. You can visit our website. We also have free drop-in sessions that we'd be very happy to help people with. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mark. Awesome. I'm just going to flip the slides over now to Fiona. While I'm doing that, there's been a few questions about getting a copy of the slides. Yes, we will be providing a copy of all the slides for today. You'll get an email afterwards. Looking forward to this one. Okay, over to you, Fiona.
So a review into local government ethical standards in 2019 reported that complaints made relating to town and parish councils, most of them related to bad behaviour, and clearly we have a problem. I'm Fiona Anthony, I'm a solicitor at Norfolk County Council, and I also used to be an independent person for several years, so I've seen my fair share of complaints. I'm going to talk to you this morning about the standards regime in England, and in particular the Model Code of Conduct. Standards are governed by the Localism Act 2011, and that states that every authority should have a code of conduct. In 2019, a local government ethical standards review took place, which recommended the Model Code of Conduct, which was subsequently drafted by the Local Government Association, and along with some guidance. And this sets out principles of conduct together with specific obligations. The code applies as soon as someone signs their declaration that they are becoming a councillor, and continues. It also relates to when you're not necessarily carrying out council duties, but giving the impression that you are. It applies to all types of communication. So whatever you're doing, you need to be very careful in how you behave. And in the following slides, I've picked out the main points from the code regarding behaviour of a bullying nature. So the code sets out some general principles which are on this slide, and they're based on the 7 principles of public life, sometimes known as the Nolan principles, and they're really just as you would expect. Moving on to the main part of the code, the very first obligation is, as a councillor, I treat other councillors and members of the public with respect. It's the very cornerstone of the code, and it's something that every councillor should remember. The next statement is around bullying, and as a councillor, I do not bully any person. And what does that mean? Well, it means that bullying can be offensive, intimidating, malicious behaviour, or perhaps an abuse of power. And what we need to remember is that the clerks, their workplace is the town or parish council. And in some areas, there's a very high turnover of clerks due to underlying behaviour issues. The code also states that as a councillor, I don't harass any person. Bullying and harassment used to be linked, but now they've been separated in the code, which I think is really interesting. And what's harassment? Well, defined in the 1997 Act as conduct that causes alarm or distress, or puts people in fear of violence. And it has to be more than just a one-off thing. It has to have such conduct on at least 2 occasions. As a councillor, I promote equalities and do not discriminate unlawfully against any person. So I set out here in this graphic the 9 protected characteristics which you can find in the Equality Act 2010, protected by law. Also in the code, as councillor, I don't bring my role or the local authority role into disrepute. Any behaviour that breaches the code of conduct could bring the council into disrepute, so really be careful. The code is only effective if people bound by it understand it and comply with it. So there are provisions in the code surrounding compliance. If the code is breached, well, local authorities have to have mechanisms to investigate allegations of the breach of the code and arrangements for decision making. These should be set out clearly so that everyone understands how to make a complaint and how the complaint will be dealt with. Principal authorities are responsible for undertaking formal investigations of code breaches by parish councillors, which should bring it a sense of independence to those investigations. They should, of course, be fair. Everyone should be understanding of what the actual allegations are. Those should be looked into carefully, and the response to the complaint should be published and proportionate. Sanctions are very limited. They can include censure, apology, training, and exceptionally the withdrawal of access to facilities and resources, but we're aware they're not really good enough. And so various associations, including NALC and the Society of Local Council Clerks, have subscribed to the Stability and Respect project and are inviting councils to take the Stability and Respect pledge. A quick whiz through. Thank you very much for listening.
Great, thank you, Fiona. Awesome. So I'm just now going to change slides. Ray's here, so it'll be Ray out. After this, we'll have all panels, all speakers taking questions. Right, are you unmuted, Ray?
Hello.
Oh, there he is. All right, Ray, the great Ray. I'm going to hit enter and have fun.
Right, okay. I'm sorry I'm late, everyone. Welcome. I've never done anything in 15 seconds, so I was likely to crash before I even started, but thanks for turning up and hello. I'm here unashamedly to sell my book, obviously, spending RFOs, you know, spend £700 an hour on average, 20% more than Kim Kardashian spends, but stay clear of high heels and fancy handbags. Knowledge, the knowledge, try and be like a London cabbie, you know, they know everywhere. All you've got to do is provide a route quickly for the people that ask you the questions, the members and the public, the knowledge. Employment contract, it's happened to me. A councillor asked the clerk to be denied 2 skeleton points on passing the Silker, insisted on 1 point now and another one when they got value for money. Can you believe it? Check your contract. Community asset. I blew the dust off an old parchment the other day. Turned out we owned a bit of land that we didn't know we'd got. So be aware of your potential assets. Right, your crew. Even though you can't stand gardening, take an interest in Councillor Smith's allotment. Go along with him. You know, join in with what your members are doing. They'll respect you for it. They really will. Agar. Think of Agar as an opportunity for the clerk to teach a struggling PKF graduate something about local government finance. That's the way I look at it. Home working, yeah, you must be available, accessible, but 24/7 battery operated hologram with Anne Hegarty's ability to trot out facts? No, I don't think so. Conflict of interest, no, Councillor White. The fact that your son owns the land where fracking is planned is a conflict, especially if you own the garage next door to the land. Right, notice period. The notice period is given for publication of the agenda is to give your internal auditor something to audit you on for not doing it on time, usually. Right, ACB. List it or lose it. You may not have the money to buy it, but you have first refusal and you can delay the process, which can be very helpful. Right, the community, go amongst them. Listen, don't just hear what they say. You are the conduit between the chamber and the street. Finding things, yeah. You're only human. You can't remember everything, so you've just got to be able to ferret out the facts when they're needed. My book enables the busy officer to do just that. Wages. The LGA tackled Greg Clark, but he's gone. Now we wait for the heads up from Suella, but don't hold your breaths for news on the £2,000 award. Elections, only 200 days away. What are you doing to promote interest in your community? Will you unearth a diamond in the rough? Okay, moving to the book. Somebody told me that Jack is in line for the next Prime Minister, or is it just another TV programme they're knocking out? I don't know. But I thank her wholeheartedly for supporting my modest effort. Library. Well, this is about the content. You've all seen it before. I've just added it together with joyous comments that will make you smile. It's a very easy thing to use. You go onto the internet, there's all your statutes listed, you click on them. Eventually, I will add more, technical and legal notes. Ever changing, which of course written publications go out of date very, very quickly. I thank John, humbly thank him for allowing me this platform to launch the book. As a clerk, we're not very clever at publicity and stuff like that. I suppose we keep low profile all the time. 1999, but until the end of this month, less 25% to all clerks and councillors. I sound a little bit like Del Boy there, John, but anyway. Yeah, without these folks, SLC, NELC, the workshops, and most of all, John and the team, I just thank you so humbly for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you all. God bless. Thanks a lot.
Well done, Ray. Well done for writing a book. It's commendable. And I read the book. It's really good, really funny. I learned a lot. So I'm going to hand back to Tracy and Joe.
Oh, thank you, John. And thank you also, James, Mark, Fiona and Ray. We said it was a lightning round, wasn't it? Very, Joe.
It was brilliant.
Oh, social media, so compliance tips, behaviour, those no-lawn principles. I love the respect slide as well there, Fiona. Really, really good. And as John said, we will be sending a copy of the slides and recordings out to all of those registrants. So we're now going to bring all of them back. So we're going to bring back all those lightning round speakers and they're going to answer any questions you've got. So please fire away in the chat. And Joe, what have we had so far?
Yeah, let's just have a little look. So Ray, I did love your talk, I must say. It's great to see that you've still got that humour as a clerk. And Fiona, being a clerk myself, I agree, it's so important that councillors understand that code of conduct. So if your council don't understand it as a clerk, I would see if your local association of councils can come in and do some training on that code of conduct, because it is really, really important. So the questions that we have, let me have a little look there what we've got. I can see that we've got some questions there for James. So James, how do councils with less than a full-time clerk and 4,000 plus electors cope with social media monitoring and posting?
It's a good question. It's one that we get an awful lot from councillors that don't have a huge amount of resource for this. So certainly the key thing is to have a plan about how you're going to deal with it. Very few councils have a social media strategy or communications plan. Plan out what you want to say, what your messages are, and drive the agenda yourself. It's much easier to manage that way round.
Okay, that's great. And another question for James. So Facebook have changed the platform of one of the clerks on his page. Where is the best way to get help on it? E.g., I used to share my page from other Facebook pages, but the method has now changed.
Off the top of my head, it's hard to say without actually looking at it and exactly what you're talking about. The easiest thing to do is just to get in touch with us. Happy to do a sort of 20-minute call just to talk through where you are with that and give you a bit of free advice on how to optimise that better.
Yes, okay. And one for Mark, I can see that they was asking about a policy, but I believe that a policy has now been put in the chat, I believe. So that's great. Let's just have a little look, see if we've got any other questions coming in.
I can see one that's come in from Lisa here. Says my residents are mainly over 70, 40% on the last census. They don't respond to social media. Good point. Actually, they just don't respond. I was told to print Facebook posts out and put it up in a hard copy. Suggestion of a platform or style to engage more.
Yeah, so this is I assume it's aimed at me. And
I think so, James.
This is one again we get lots in training sessions. So social media is a mixed bag with different age groups. We always recommend that councils have a mix of communications media. You should not entirely rely on social media. So it's really important to have ideally a print newsletter that goes through doors on a frequent basis. Look at building up an email newsletter that you can send out. People in older age groups widely use email, even if they don't use social media. And also make sure that you're visible at public events. So things like the Village Fete or any other events you're having, have a little council stall where you're more likely to have those people might come along and physically visit you. So there's a few approaches you can take to engaging with age groups or demographic groups that aren't big users of social media.
Oh, that's really interesting. Thank you, James. And I can see here as well, Fiona, one for you. It says that clerks can actually be bullies too. How sad is that?
Yeah, absolutely. It can come from both ways. And I think we just need to be aware of that, and actually, everyone should be respectful and civil to each other.
Yeah, I agree. So we have the Facebook feed on our website, so those without an account can still read up-to-date news. So yeah, that's probably quite a good idea, isn't it? Definitely. Let's just see what else is coming in here. A question for James. A very small parish council. I have set up a Facebook account but did not use the type you suggested.
Yeah, so you mean you haven't set up a Facebook page, I assume. Again, that's very easy to do. Facebook provides really detailed instructions on how to do it. But again, if you want to have a quick 10-15 minute call just to talk through how to do that, then just drop us a line and we can sort that out for you very quickly.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
And some coming in from Mark as well. It says, have you got some links there for the social media and a template for an accessibility policy?
Yeah, I can share accessibility statements. From a social media perspective, I'm sure James can help there. The accessibility statement is something that encompasses just the website, because that's a legally publishing location. I've noticed that Rachel has posted up something as well about the accessibility statement, but also around scanned PDFs and that publishing signed minutes. Now, it's worth mentioning here that a scan is nothing more than a big picture, and they are not accessible. Scanning up minutes is not accessible and should not be done. If you are producing your minutes in Microsoft Word or a similar word processing package, you should be saving those files on either in Word or an accessible PDF and posting that on the website. You do not need to post signed minutes onto the website. You obviously have to retain signed minutes as a parish councillor or a town councillor, but they don't need to be posted on the website, because otherwise it's just creating a visual barrier for people.
Oh yeah, that's really interesting.
That is interesting.
I can see lots of things are coming in now about the code of conduct, and somebody is saying about the Welsh code of conduct because they think that they're still using the old one. So could you just come in on that one, Fiona, please?
This model code of conduct is simply for England. Wales have a separate standards regime and a separate code, which is something that should be, and it should be a living document. It should be something that people are looking at, reviewing regularly. I can see there's some things in the chat about principal councils as well, and it is helpful if parish and town council can adopt the same one just for consistency's sake, but maybe a few tweaks just to take into account kind of local conditions.
Yeah, somebody there is asking about scanning of the AGAR. So the AGAR is that all-important end-of-year document that we have to put on our website. So what about that? What's the best way to put that on there, Mark?
Really, really good question. Actually, there is a letter between JPAG and NAUC from a couple of years ago that defines that AGAR files, because of the very nature that they are a hand-filled-in form, are excluded from meeting accessibility requirements. They are obviously there are a certain number of AGAR files that need to be posted on the website at certain times, but the files themselves do not need to be accessible. But what we always recommend is that councils put on the AGAR page of their website a statement that says that if members of public would like to know what the information is inside that and they struggle, then to contact the council.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be lots of clerks now going, phew, thank you for that.
Excluded. I didn't know that.
Definitely.
And we've got one that's just come in for Ray here as well. Is Ray's book going to be available in local or independent bookshops?
Yeah.
As I would rather not use Amazon for books when I can support a local business.
I was going to put it on Amazon, but I had quite a number of clerks contact me and say, well, can't you go through an independent? Well, I realised I am an independent. So I've set up an order form on my own little website. I'm very glad to avoid Amazon if I can, but it seemed to be quite trendy.
Yeah.
And I'm not. So yeah, just come to the website. I might even turn up with a wheelbarrow selling them. You never know.
Well done, Ray.
Oh, that's fabulous.
So now it's time for our final session before we take a break. And thank you so much to all of our lightning round speakers. There's some really, really great
Final session
questions
before
there.
lunch, though, Jo.
Yeah, I
We're still
know.
carrying on, aren't we?
And what are we having for our lunch, Tracy?
Something local. We're by the sea, aren't we, Jo?
Yeah,
so
I think
it's gonna
we're
have
having
to be
chips.
fish and chips or something.
Yeah. So next up is Alison Dunn, CEO of Citizens Advice Gateshead and Strategic Lead for Poverty and Inequality at Gateshead Council. So Alison, I think your topic actually did win the poll this morning, and lots of clerks are really interested to hear about this. I know I've had it on all of my council's agendas because it does seem to be the topic. And Alison has a passion for social justice, and today she'll be sharing her experience of creating warm spaces for local residents of Gateshead this winter, and how you could implement this in your area too. So over to you, Alison, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you today about warm spaces, something which I'm hugely passionate about. So we started to think about warm spaces in Gateshead as early as June. And the reason why that was is because we were already getting intelligence from our local citizens' advice in this early summer about the problems that were piling up in the system around energy affordability and disconnections. So the basic offer of any warm space in Gateshead is that the agencies that sign up to be a warm space sign up to a charter. And our charter was created in collaboration with our local Poverty Truth Commission. Now, the Poverty Truth Commission is includes civic commissioners with lived experience of poverty. So by getting them involved in the creation of a charter which sets out the values and beliefs of what a warm space should be, we hopefully have created something which will be welcoming to the people that we're hoping to target. So they told us about the things that would encourage them to use a space, about the things that would discourage them from using the space, the values, beliefs and behaviours that they would expect from the people that were running the warm spaces. And we've created a very simple charter that talks about dignity, respect, a warm welcome. You'll never be asked why you're using a warm space. People won't be gossiping about you, all of those sorts of things. And that's a great piece of work that's come out of working with those people with lived experience. Of course, the next important thing for a warm space is that your space is actually warm. And some of the agencies that have stepped forward to be warm spaces have found this particularly tricky because there's not a huge amount of some of the community buildings are really struggling. I'm seeing things in the chat to say that people are struggling to hear me. Is that the case? Okay, so ensuring that the space is actually warm, and the ideal temperature is about 18 to 21 degrees. Believe it or not, 24 degrees is too warm for a warm space. People with heart conditions can find that really troubling. So getting the temperature right in a warm space is really important. And the minimum offer is, of course, that they offer a hot drink as well, and that they agree to be included in our online directory of warm spaces. The other thing that we did was, because we recognise that not some of these venues will be welcoming clients for the first time. So we have within our network of warm spaces a number of agencies like bowling greens and cricket clubs and rugby clubs and village halls, etc., which have not necessarily welcomed this sort of client group into their space before. So ensuring that the agencies are equipped was something that we felt was really important. So we undertake created some mandatory training for the organisations to participate in. And as part of this, within the training, there is sections on how to make every contact count, how to make sure that they understand how to have a difficult conversation, how to de-escalate conflict, but also that they understand what it's like for people out there at the moment. So what does the cost of living rise mean for people, and how do they understand and get people to the right places? So there's a little bit about making referrals and signposting. There's also a second, which is discretionary, which is around energy efficiency and energy advice and how to get people to the right place. So there's 2 training modules. The first is mandatory, the second is discretionary. So it was really important to us that the process for warm spaces was as easy and as free from bureaucracy as possible. We've offered a grant to our warm spaces of just £500. That's not a lot of money. It's certainly not a sum of money that's going to make people go, oh, I must be a warm space because I'm going to make lots of money from this. The small grant really is about ensuring that everybody gets to the start line at the same time, that they're all flushed out of the long grass, that we are able to create the directory at the same time. And it's really about a collaboration of the willing. So we've taken the low-hanging fruit in the first round of our funding. These are agencies that in the main would have been open anyway, heating their buildings anyway, and want to come together to do something really great for their communities. They're not motivated by the small grants. They're motivated by understanding that their communities are in crisis. They've told us that they're spending the small grant on a variety of things. Some are spending it on soft furnishings, some have bought a tea urn, some are using it towards their utility bills, some are using it for craft activities, etc. So a full range of things. But again, and this is important, we're not necessarily monitoring their spend, because we know that to actually run a warm space is going to cost them much more than the £500 that we are giving them. The £500 is in return for them completing monitoring information so that we know the sorts of numbers of people who are coming through. It was also really important to us that the grant agreement that they signed was not burdensome. My first attempt with our legal team around what that grant should look like was a 40-page grant agreement. Now, when you're giving a voluntary sector organisation £500 to deliver something that you already know is going to cost them more than £500 to deliver, giving them a 40-page grant agreement is not really the way that we wanted to go. So in the end, after much negotiation, we got that down to 2 sides of A4, a letter of grant agreement basically setting out very basic reciprocal conditions and how we wanted to work together. That was much easier. The monitoring, however, has been a little bit more complicated because we have funded our warm spaces from the Household Support Fund. And those of you who will have been involved in that will know that they require a lot of monitoring information. So that's not ideal. And one of the lessons that we have learned from the funding of this warm space is that if you have an alternative to the Household Support Fund, I would certainly encourage you to take that alternative so that you can be lighter touch with the monitoring actually and really just collect numbers. We are forced to collect the name and address, postcode, and the makeup of the household because of the way that we have been able to fund this. The sorts of organisations that we have are varied. We have 75 organisations in total so far. It's been very easy for us to get those 75 organisations. We're getting inquiries every single day. They are cricket clubs, they're bowling greens, they're rugby clubs, they're veterans organisations, they're advice organisations, they're cancer charities, mental health charities, organisations that are working with refugees and asylum seekers. So the full gambit of community support across our borough. And the sorts of things that they are doing in their spaces are also very varied. So we have organisations that are providing activities. Some are doing bingo and sing-alongs, some are doing craft activities. One of our organisations, a community project, is doing family film nights where they're not necessarily promoting the warm space idea, but they are creating activities within which people can come. So everybody sits under our warm spaces branding. Everybody has a copy of the charter on display in their organisations, and everyone is expected to live and breathe those values, but how they actually deliver a warm space is entirely up to them. They're autonomous organisations. Yes, the council is facilitating the coming together of this network, and it has brought some additional resource into the network, but in the main, it's a reorganisation and a rebranding of a coalition of willing people under a common brand. So you're not necessarily bringing in new capacity to your network. You're using your network, your buildings, your assets, your volunteers, your community partners in a really different way. And within that, we've leaned quite heavily on our local council of voluntary service, which in Gateshead is called Connected Voice. You will have something similar, I'm sure, in your own areas. And they've helped us to make sure that the Warm Spaces initiative is promoted at the real grassroots organisations, the ones that are in communities, that know the people that live in those communities, that understand the context in which those people are living. And that's been really important to us. The council obviously has connections with VCS organisations, but often those very small community grassroots organisations are not necessarily always the organisations that we are working with. So by working with our local council of voluntary service, we've been able to really get to those smaller organisations. And that's important, as I say, because that encourages, we believe, people to come in. That's not to say that we're not using council buildings. We are in some cases. We have some of our libraries, some of our volunteer libraries, some of our statutory libraries. But in the main, our warm spaces are rooted in community wherever possible. Now, that's not the case across the country, as other people are developing the idea of warm spaces or warm hubs or warm welcomes or whatever they're choosing to call them. Some are using their council housing stock and they are creating an idea which is much more around an advice and support hub. Again, in Gateshead, we've chosen not to do that. We've chosen to make this more of a discretionary experience for our residents, somewhere where they can come in and just exist if that's what they want to do. So although we have lots of warm spaces that are offering activities, we also have lots of warm spaces that are just providing a living room type area, actually. And in Citizens Advice is a really good example of this. In our reception area, we have created a living room with comfy sofas, with soft furnishings, with foliage, with tablets that people can sit and surf the internet, with the daily newspaper and really up-to-date magazines. Not old ones that have been sitting there for months that are all dog-eared, but this week's magazines, where people can really just come and exist as if they would in their own living room, but not at their expense. So we're providing tea and coffee and some light snacks for them to eat. Now, at no point will Citizens Advice staff approach those people to see if they want advice, information and guidance. The service is available to people if they want it, but this is not for us about service delivery, and that is different in other areas. But I want people to be able to go in these spaces with the absolute freedom of knowing that they're never going to bump into anybody that's going to have to make them have to have a conversation about rent or council tax arrears or any of their problems if that's not what they want to do, that they go into a space knowing that they will be warmly welcomed, that they will be valued, that they will have warm conversation if that's what they want, their mind taken off their problems. Obviously, in the course of those conversations, you can't dispute that these things will come up, but all of our agencies have been trained to understand how to respond to that, how to make every contact count, and how to get that person to the right agency if that is what the person wants. And I think that that for us is really, really important. When we spoke to our civic commissioners in the Poverty Truth Commission, that was really important to them. They wanted the safety of knowing that they wouldn't be ambushed when they went into a warm space, that they wouldn't be forced to take services that they may or may not want, that building the relationships locally ultimately would hopefully get them to those services eventually, but that wouldn't be the primary thing and that they wouldn't be pounced upon when they got there. So as part of this, we're making a difference locally. 75 agencies across our borough are now warm spaces, with promoting a recognisable brand of warm spaces across our borough. They have that outward branding on all of their buildings and a shared vision of what it means to be a warm space, minimum standard of obviously being warm, a warm welcome and a hot drink. Many are providing other things. So in one of the Methodist churches that's opened as a warm space, they've chosen to have their warm space on a day when they also have a fair share market, and they also have a citizens advice outreach. If people want to access that, they can. So that session has a very vibrant feel. If you go into the Methodist church, you're very inconspicuous. You're not going to be standing out as somebody who's come in there to be warm. There's lots of stuff going on. But as part of this, all of our agencies have received training on understanding the cost of living crisis, making every contact count, de-escalating conflict. And that's really important for warm spaces, but also helpful in their other work. And literally scores and scores of frontline workers have received workforce development around energy advice, where to find it, how to signpost and refer to the right help at the right time. And that's training that we will be providing on an ongoing basis. They've also signed up to be included in our online directory, and we have created that to look a bit like a TripAdvisor offer. So it's very accessible. There are icons, for example, to let people know when they can get a free drink, if there's accessible toilets, if there's disabled parking, if there's a main bus route, if there are baby changing facilities, if your pets are welcome there, a whole range of stuff. So you'll see your entry with your name and address, your venue opening hours, but then you'll also see a list with icons that demonstrate to people at a glance what they can expect from each warm space, and whether they're going to get activities there or whether they're just going to have a quiet space. And it's really important that people know that before they go into a space, because personally, the last thing that I would want if I walked into a warm space would be to have to participate in a sing-along, but I'd be quite happy to go into the library and just sit and browse and be quite inconspicuous in that space. But everybody wants something different. What we don't know yet, of course, is what the impact's going to be for our residents around social isolation, around improving their health and well-being, around increasing their connectivity, developing their networks and their personal resilience, because we're literally just out of the blocks on this, but we will be evaluating all of that. And my experience of working with colleagues in public health is that we anticipate that we will have positive impacts across all of those things. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to develop. The other impact that we've had is that our Poverty Truth Commission has been emboldened by the success of warm spaces, and they've been going around the country talking to other Poverty Truth Commissions about warm spaces and encouraging them to get involved in the initiatives. But it's also resulting in them now talking to us about delivering a second commission in Gateshead, which is a fantastic result for us. We're also speaking to local businesses who are very interested in how they can get involved in this. Now, in some of our local neighbours in Northumberland, for example, I know that warm spaces have been developed in commercial outlets where businesses have been coming forward and offering a bowl of soup and a free hot drink for people who are coming into their premises. Again, in Gateshead, we've chosen not to do that, but I know that it's working successfully in other areas. So it's for each area to work out what works for them. Where we think businesses can add value to our model is around sponsoring some of our warm spaces with their utility costs, sponsoring with some of the merchandising that we would like to have in warm spaces, and also by sponsoring the creation of winter warming boxes or gift bags, which we've already got one sponsor for and are developing that offer right now. My ultimate vision for warm spaces is that we have almost like a winter warming table that people can choose the items that are valuable to them. That might be a thermos flask, it might be a fleecy jumper, it might be warm bedding, but that's ultimately where we're heading. And as I say, for Gateshead residents, we're still trying to understand what it means for them in terms of health and well-being, but in terms of numbers, we've just done a very quick count up of some of the people that are coming into venues. And while some of our venues, it's true to say, have had no visitors, we do have several venues who have had 60 to 70 people turn up to a single session. Now, that has far exceeded my expectations in terms of what a warm space would be accommodating. What I don't understand yet is whether that is in response to a particular popular activity that venue is hosting, or whether that is literally just an area of high deprivation where there's high demand. So we need to understand that. But already those numbers are very significant, considering in the northeast of England where we are, the weather has been unfashionably mild of late. So it's an indication of what's to come. And on that subject of what's next, developing our network, we will continue to invite new entrants into our warm space network and to develop our existing network and how we support that. We've created a closed Facebook page so that our network can talk to each other. We're also regularly sending very short surveys out to our networks to let them know the sorts of questions that residents are asking us and to get feedback from them on what's working well. So for example, when we first started, we never imagined that people would want to take their pets to the venue, but now understanding what warm spaces will allow pets in and what won't is something that we need to add to our directory. The other thing that people are asking us about are what facilities for washing clothes. So again, we're going to be exploring whether some of our warm spaces could provide facilities for people to wash and dry clothes, which is something that we hadn't necessarily anticipated when we started on this journey. So understanding what residents want, understanding the experience for the venues, understanding the power of this network and what it could become is where we are now. We also know that we have gaps in our network. I mentioned earlier that in our first tranche, we'd taken very much the low-hanging fruit, the agencies which have naturally gravitated towards this with little persuasion. But having mapped where they are, we have some gaps, both geographically, but also in terms of opening hours. Much of our offer is through the day, Monday to Friday. We have some out-of-hours stuff through our libraries and leisure centres, and we're talking to our local fire and rescue service about how we can use their community rooms over the weekend. But that out-of-hours stuff is something that we're going to be exploring. We also need to understand how we can support those for whom public transport is difficult or those that can't get out of the house. So again, we're exploring community transport options. It feels unlikely that we will be able to provide that for all of our venues. More likely that we will identify 6 strategic venues across the borough for which community transport will be available. And it's possible that that won't be every day, but something is better than nothing. But the cost of that is quite prohibitive for us. Warm spaces are not the panacea to this problem. It's one of a number of things that we're doing in Gateshead. So whilst this is very high profile and we're very proud of it, we know that it's not the answer. And then the other thing is communities of interest. So we want some of our warm spaces to be open to anyone in the general public that wants to drop in, of course we do, but then there are some communities of interest for whom a drop-in model would not be appropriate. You wouldn't want people dropping in. So again, looking at communities of interest and making sure that we have those fully covered is the next stage. So the next part of our warm spaces network will be a much more strategic manoeuvre than the first part. The other thing that we're thinking about doing is crowdfunding or something similar. We had some success over the Christmas around crowdfunding for Brighten the Day of a Child, where we were looking to provide a nice Christmas experience for children who had been involved in COVID, and we're exploring the opportunities and challenges around creating a similar campaign to support vulnerable individuals and families through the winter months. And then finally, the evaluation to understand the health impacts on our residents is something which is really, really important to us. Now, we have a huge amount of information on our website already, so those of you that might want to look at the charter or to see the expression of interest that we created for warm spaces, which was very, very light touch. There was not a huge application process. It was just a Microsoft form that we used where we asked agencies to tell us a little bit about themselves, what they do and how they imagined a warm space would work for them, and the numbers of people that they thought they might get through their warm space. We're not holding anyone to account on that. We've given them £500 at the end of the day. We're liaising with everyone and we're talking to them and we're encouraging everybody and we're promoting the network. But this is a light touch, a community response almost, the enabling of community activism. It's not a sort of hardcore council commissioning experience that we have created in Gateshead. So I'll stop there, I think, because I think that we wanted to give over the majority of the time to questions. I can see that there's been lots coming in the chat, but unfortunately it's impossible for me to monitor those and to speak to you. I'm sorry for the noise at the start of the presentation. I hope that it quietened a little as it went on.
Yeah, that was absolutely fine. And yeah, that noise did quieten down, I can confirm, Alison. So that was really well received, I can see that. And there were some really great schemes mentioned there. I know my local council here in Suffolk, they've set up the Ease the Squeeze scheme, and they now have a web page where all the warm spaces available will be listed on there, and all different sorts of information about grant funding that will be available, and ways that clerks can get help to if there's anybody vulnerable within their parish. So Tracy, do we have some questions? I think there was a few coming in there.
I think we do, yes, and just reiterate those thanks again, Alison. That was so informative. You managed to cover so many topics, and it's just lovely to hear that local communities are getting together to be, as you said, welcoming, considerate and accessible. Also, thank you for offering to share that charter document that you referred to. I'm sure our lovely Jess will also drop a link in for everybody that was asking questions on that. So going over to some of the questions then. So the first one I've got here, it said, is there a grant available from Citizens Advice elsewhere in the country?
The grants that we used to support the warm spaces came from the Household Support Fund. So as a Citizens Advice, we chose not to apply for a grant actually to create our warm space, although we still created a warm space. And that's been the beauty of this actually. Although we had grants available, not all of the agencies that have stepped forward as warm spaces have drawn those grants down actually. About 15 of our 75 have just done this from their own resources because they believed it was the right thing to do. So we created an expression of interest so that agencies could draw down a small grant from us, but it was a very easy process. So if there's a Citizens Advice out there that wants to be a warm space, then the first thing to do would be to contact their local authority to see how they would access that. But it's not through the Citizens Advice network, it's through the local government network.
Okay, that's useful, thank you. And there's been a number of questions about time. Is there a minimum time that a warm space needs to be open?
So obviously we're looking for maximum coverage across the week, but again, we have to recognise that we are not paying full cost recovery for these warm spaces, and we cannot direct them to be open Monday to Friday from 7 in the morning until 7 at night. What we hope is that we will create a patchwork quilt across our borough that ultimately will give us the coverage that we desire. So we have some organisations like Citizens Advice again that will be open 9 till 5 Monday to Friday because we're heating our space anyway. Our reception is open anyway. Our libraries are open anyway, so they will be open every single day. But there are others like the bowling greens and the cricket clubs and the village halls that are perhaps just doing a half a day a week, 2 or 3 half days a week. And that's absolutely fine as long as we're clear about when they're opening and what's available on those days. So across the borough, we have a significant amount of coverage, and we have some really good opening hours, but not all of the warm spaces for us are open in the same way at the same time and doing exactly the same thing. But it's different in other areas. So I think where councils have chosen to create the hub service offer, where they're offering housing services and advice services and early help, then they are going to be open, aren't they, Monday to Friday, 9 or 5, most likely. But that's not what we're doing in Gateshead. Ours is about enabling community activity rather than service delivery to our residents. So it's just, again, making sure you understand what model it is that you're delivering. This isn't going to work for everyone if what you want is a service delivery model.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's great. So there's loads of appreciation coming in there for you, Alison. So well done. And thanks again, Alison, for joining us at Scribefest 2022.
It's now time for our 4th main speaker of the day, Eleanor Greene. Eleanor is Chief Accountant at Do the Numbers Limited and has been auditing accounts since 1997. Currently, Eleanor audits over 50 large and small councils and has had to deal with all kinds of situations, including fraud investigations, Jo.
It happens.
She's also secretary at the Internal Audit Forum and has been largely involved in the updates to Section 5 of the JPAG Practitioner's Guide. So we're about to launch a poll as Eleanor wants to know, did you spot the deliberate mistake in Section 5 of the JPAG Guide? So we'll hand over to Eleanor to share these updates and answer your queries on all things auditing.
Hello, I apologise in advance. This is now going to be a joint presentation because my cat will not clear off. So I apologise to that to anybody. I can't see anybody else, but I assume everybody's there. So the practitioners, hang on, I'm going to have to move the cat because otherwise she's going to be in the way. Right, practitioner's guide. Guide. It's not a guide. It is the proper practices set down in the Audit Act 2014 that abolished the Audit Commission. It predated that when the lighter touch came in, but the main point with the practitioner's guide is that parts 1, 2 and 3 are the proper practices that legislation says councils must follow. So parts 1, 2 and 3 are not a guide, they're the law. You know, you've got no choice on following but to follow them. So what I would always say is make sure that your council has downloaded from the NAUC website or the IAF website or your Calc website the current version. The latest one was issued on the 31st of March 2022. And yes, well, it wasn't an entirely deliberate error, but it was an absolute clanger. And be interested to know who else spotted it. So parts 1 and 2 are 1, 2 and 3 are the, oh, that's a bit depressing. Haven't looked at it and didn't spot it, but there we go. Parts 1, 2 and 3 are mandatory. We can't change them, they're there. The only people who can change them is JPAG with the acceptance of the National Audit Office and the Minister. Parts 4 and 5, which are the bit I was involved with, part 4 is the guidance for internal auditors. If you and your council haven't got an internal auditor who has read it, why are you using that internal auditor? Because I'll be quite honest, they cannot be understanding what they're signing on your internal audit form if they haven't read that. On my other computer, I have the current practitioner's guide open. It is not very long. So section 4, which was rewritten by the Internal Audit Forum for JPAG in 2021, it runs from page 24 to page hang on, I'm just scrolling through it to page 33. Yeah, so it's not very long, and it includes a sample internal audit checklist. Again, if your internal auditor is not using a checklist based on the assertions and tests in the AGAR, why are you using them? What are you paying for? What are you getting? Because it's the whole point of the internal auditor is that they are testing the controls that then allow the external auditor to place reliance on what councillors put in section 1 and 2. So section 4 is for the internal auditors. Section 5 was the project we worked on last winter. And section 5 is the guidance for the officers of the council on how to fill out sections 1, which is your assurance statements, and section 2, which is the numbers bit. Let's be honest, Scribe helps you do the numbers bit. That's the bit we all care about. But actually, if you can't place reliance on the numbers, then you have a problem. And the assertions in section 1 are what allow you to place reliance on the numbers. So section 5 was basically completely rewritten to make it flow through the AGAR, but also to support councils during the year on how they keep their records, so that at the end of the year end is just another month end. Because in a small council, I mean, the smallest council I audit has 27 transactions a year. The biggest council I audit fills a lever arch and a half with purchase invoices every month. So, and they're all both filling out the same form, and they're both working from the same guidance, the practitioner's guide. It's free to download, so there really is no excuse. It's a PDF, which is great because it means you can search for the words you want. But the main point is in section 5, it leads you through each of the statements in the first part of the AGAR, and it explains what you're actually meaning to do, how it means what it means in terms of your records and what you've done during the year and the minutes you've kept, what you need to keep, and yeah, it's a really obvious thing, but we did actually include the fact that the ideal answer to every one of those assertions is yes. It's not rocket science, but you know, there was an issue this year. One of the external auditors decided that all councils have to comply with the transparency code, and were politely reminded that that's not what the law says. Always, and all the way through the practitioner's guide, one of the things we've really I've just seen somebody's popped up. Get the documents tidy because is the auditor. Yeah, you are. But yeah, I mean, one of the key things we tried to get into all parts of the guide is its links. There are links to the legislation and the guidance. So, for example, if it says you're the Section 151 officer, what does Section 151 say? There is now a link to it in the practitioner's guide, so that if a councillor says, well, why are we doing it that way? The practitioner's guide now has the links to the legislation that says, this is why we're doing it that way. And it's also the case that you need to, well-run councils that have good internal controls tend not to make it into the Daily Mail. And any council, any clerk who's listening, who's had me as an auditor knows, if they're saying, should we discuss that at our meeting, my key answer will always be, if the Daily Mail sent a journalist to your meeting and sat and listened, would they write up a story? If they would, you're doing something wrong, basically. If they wouldn't, then you're probably doing something right. But the key point is, and it's why I actually love the transparency code and why we've made the practitioner's guide have all the links. If you tell people what you're doing, I saw just before lunch the lady talking about all the warm spaces. That's going to cost money. You're going to be spending money on heating, but it's for the benefit of the community. I think some councils may get their own supplement. Yeah. There's been some interesting stuff we've seen, but so if you explain to the public what you're doing, then you can put the biggest precept rise through in history. If you increase the precept by 80%, but you increase what the public are getting by 81%, they're happy. And that's the key bit. So you support what you're doing. We're short of internal audit services. Can we just ask an accountant to work to the JPAG criteria? Anybody can be the internal auditor of a council. It is very, very specifically written into the legislation that there are no requirements on who is an internal auditor. It does not have to be an accountant. Some of the very best and highest profile internal auditors in the country are not accountants. I happen to be an accountant, but that's, you know, we've got in the internal audit forum, we had the meeting week before last. Some of, quite a few of the calcs run internal audit teams, and they often use clerks because a really good experienced clerk is often the best person to look at stuff. Out of interest, Lisa Clements just asked if you've got shortage of auditors. Whereabouts in the country are you? Because we're discussing this in the internal audit forum. We are aware that, right, Cornwall, yes, there is a very, very severe problem in the southwest, which hopefully the internal audit forum is going to be working with the Devon and Cornwall ALCs, county associations, to try to get some more people interested in becoming auditors, because it's actually it's quite a cool job. For those who have been clerks, it's quite easy to migrate across to, and although it is completely mental from April to June, we get August off. I like that bit. You know, I have my kids are grown up. I have never had August childcare because I do all my work through to July, and then I take August off. So, you know, if you're thinking of moving across into end-to-end audit, you won't see your family in April, May and June. I do, this last season, I did 76 councils. And by the end of June, I was shattered. But it's really interesting work. You get to go and see what lots of councils are doing. And yes, I mean, there are quite a few internal auditors who are accountancy firms who went, oh, we can do that. The main point is, yes, they've got to work JPAG criteria of, it's not, commercial audit is all about the numbers. Council internal audit starts with the minute book. It starts with, has the council taken the decisions it's taken properly at properly convened meetings? Has it done it transparently? Has it done it within the powers of the council? So those three are the key things. It doesn't matter how much the tractor cost, so long as the tractor was bought properly for the right purposes within the powers of the council. So, hey, Lorraine is here. Yes, Lisa, Lorraine may well be your answer, because we very much missed out on Lorraine when she moved away from just here in Hampshire. So yes, we might have actually managed to sort out a query there. So yes, section 5 was rewritten, and it's guidance for clerks and officers and RFOs. It's so, you know, financial management of the accounts. Are the records being properly minuted? Are the payments being minuted? Are your bank balances being minuted? It's a really key fraud control that the balance held at the bank should be recorded in the minutes every month, because several of the very worst frauds involved the bank being cleaned out during the year by the clerk, and the council only found out at the end of the year. There's just been one who was jailed earlier in the year who defrauded 2 councils. There was one several years ago where the clerk had 2 sets of minute books, one of which she used for getting loans from the PWLB, which she then took. That council was so badly hit by that fraud, it had to be abolished. So it's the controls over, and it's also, oh, we trust our clerk. That always scares me, because actually you should trust your clerk to be happy for you to rock up and say, can I have a look at the bank statement now? Because if the clerk doesn't want you seeing the bank statement, why not? So it's really, really key that the councillors as a body corporate, not as individuals, remember, no councillor has power to make decisions outside meetings. The councillors as a body corporate are the people who are responsible for the decisions, and they should then leave the proper officer to get on with it in between meetings. So they shouldn't be micromanaging, but it should be remembered they're in control. So yes, I mean, so section 5 was very much, you know, what's in there, and if your auditor is following the checklist that's in section 4, it should lead them to be asking the questions over all of the controls that will then allow you to relax and see what sections 1 and 2 are about. Because the other side of it is, if your internal auditor doesn't understand what they're doing, hasn't heard of the yellow book and so on, when you get an external auditor query, and we have had a real problem, there was one particular accountant who just went, well, I've done your sign-off accounts. When the external auditor asked questions, the internal auditor didn't understand what they'd done and therefore couldn't support the council with the auditor queries. Occasionally, the external auditor queries are complete and utter rubbish, and the external auditor needs putting back in their box. An experienced internal auditor will say, but that's not what the practitioner's guide said. So we've tried to make it interesting. I admit, when we started rewriting it, even I got bored reading it. And, you know, anyone who knows me knows that I love talking about audit. I could fill the whole day talking about audit. I love it. It's, you know, audit, transparency, budgeting, I love it. But section 5 was so dull that even auditors stopped reading it. We've now hopefully made it less dull. And just to answer the question at the very beginning, the bank rec didn't add up in section 5 when we first published it. That got spotted very, very quickly. We took it to a meeting of calcs, and one of the calcs went, "You do know your bank rec doesn't add up," because I had to do it in a word processor, not a spreadsheet. Again, whenever I see financial records kept on word processors, I'm afraid I cringe. Software like Scribe, and for the really big councils, Rialtus, there's also Edge, but Scribe is for the medium-sized councils and the small councils, which are the bulk of councils. You know, Scribe is cloud. I can access it because you can give an auditor read access. There is no excuse for keeping record from word processors. Questions there's in the chat, the auditors don't always know what they're doing. One of the things to bear in mind with external audit is that the current contracts, which are just coming to an end, were let entirely on price. They are cutting corners left, right and centre. We don't know yet who the auditors will be for the next season. They have been allocated, but we're not going to be told for another 2 weeks. And the way the external auditors work, for any of you who've worked in accountancy firms, it's all first-year trainees. And these poor little kids are put in front of parish councils. They're all working in Canary Wharf. There's not many parish councils around there. These poor kids are being asked to understand parish law, which isn't in their accountancy exams, and parishes that, you know, maybe they've been on holiday to a parish, but they don't live near parishes because they're all in central London. Is it true the external audit fees are going up significantly under the new contract? If you go to the SAAA website, the fees are already there. They've gone up by about, hang on, let me go to, they've gone up by about 10%. Audit appointments. No, hang on, let me just see. I'm just on my other computer seeing what the fees are. So a council that is currently paying £200, so a 25 to 50 council will be paying, hang on, 210. They've gone up 10%. But as I say, we don't know who the auditors will be. I believe, and this is still at the gossip stage, we'll find out in a couple of weeks, PKF still have the bulk of the contract, but BDO have come back in, who used to do it, but it's not going to be the same BDO office, we think. Trainee auditors are expected to find something. No, to be honest, no. The external audit requirements are written down in NAO guidance, audit guidance note 2, which is 26-page checklist that the external auditors have to follow. They have no choice. And it's the same external audit checklist that they just follow through a checklist. And to be honest, if they can answer all of their questions through analytical review and spend as little time as possible to earn their fee, trust me, they will do it. If they can do it quickly and cheaply, they will, because that's how they make profits. So no, unfortunately, the trouble is they don't, because a lot of them are first years who haven't done it. Yeah, it's 5% uplift. Yes, sorry. The external auditors, they're hoping to wing it through really quickly in 15 minutes of checking and make a nice profit. So they don't, and because it's fixed fee on the ones where they're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, they're losing money. So yeah, they would love it to be quicker. And you know, if you think in terms of their charge out rates, a partner is charged out at £750 an hour. So they're aiming to get a small audit, you know, a £25,005 council. They're hoping to get that done in less than an hour. So that's where we are with the auditors. The system will not change. There is no impetus coming from central government to change the system or to get rid of the exemptions. Does anybody else have any questions? Because literally fire them on to the chat and I will try and live answer, because as external audit not completed on time this year. Yeah, I will give the external auditors a bit of leeway here. They had planned to be allowed to get a load of stuff and queries done in the middle of September. And of course, councils were not meeting, and they had unexpected hiccups in their with a bank holiday and so on. So it was with stuff shutting down. So the external auditors their timings were not sideways. But it is also the case that because they lowballed on price, assuming it was PKF, which I know that's who does the vast bulk of the country, they don't have the resource. And I'm hoping that the new contracts will be better resourced, but I'm not optimistic. And, you know, I mean, I'm also auditing a council that still has not actually submitted their 2021 AGAR to PKF. So there we go. Yes, Welsh Audit Wales. I wish England would go the way of Wales, because Wales has basically abolished the lighter touch because they did a report 4 years ago, which is on the Welsh Audit Office, of reviewing councils, and they realised that the lighter touch was allowing too much misconduct to go through, and so they abolished it. If not completed on time, well, the notice goes up, is that the timing of the notice goes up relative to when the audit came back. And of course, bank holidays don't count for dates, so there was a bank holiday in the middle. Sarah Beckett, does that mean that to make sure the AGAR is being completed truthfully and the internal audit was carried out correctly, the external auditors rely on residents to make an observation? Nichols, remember him, in 2010 wanted armchair auditors to do the work. He wanted public to be the people who held everyone to account. You can thank Eric Pickles for it. Personally, I think abolishing external audit for small councils, which is 6,800 councils, was a catastrophe, because there are no checks. The councils are actually under 25,000. So, Mabin, are you in Wales or England? England, they should all have come back. Wales, Wales. I'm not sure what the rules are in Wales because they changed their guidance. In England, they should have all come back. But yes, for Sarah's comment about you're relying on a resident, yes, you are. Yeah. Main changes between 21 and for 22-23, we had Derek Kemp, who is the chairman of JPAG, saying they are not proposing any major changes to the Practitioner's Guide this winter. The only thing they're going to change is going to be a little bit about clarifying large investments in the public sector property, the CCLA property fund, which only affects large councils. And I think a very, very small change in section 1 and 2 that contradicted the improvements we put in section 5. So no major changes this winter, mainly because the Internal Audit Forum have said, we don't want to do any more, and JPAG didn't want to either. Yeah, Wales, I admit I've not kept up on Wales because I live in Hampshire. I apologise for that. Any other queries just before Scribe kicked me off the screen? Much simpler set of regs. Well, you have, if you adopt a much simpler set of regs, make sure they still comply with the law. I would never suggest not using the model, because the model has been tested by lawyers. If you use your own version and then get in trouble, you are liable. I would always say use the model, even if you never refer to 90% of it. So yeah, any other queries? I'm just watching the chat. Sorry, my eyes are skew because I'm watching the chat bar. And if there's any queries, do ping them through to Scribe, because they then ping them through to me, or contact through the Internal Audit Forum website, internalauditforum.org.uk. And certainly if you've got an auditor who you think could do with some backup, get them in touch with us at the Internal Audit Forum and we'll try and make it better. Any other, lots of nice comments, any other queries? And yes, it was the bank rec didn't balance in section 5, which we thought was quite a good clanger. But there we go. I think I'm out of here.
Oh, thank you so much again, Eleanor, for joining us. That's absolutely brilliant. So, and obviously you've answered all the questions as we've gone along, which is, yeah, absolutely perfect. So, and as Eleanor said, yeah, if there's anything else, then do obviously ping them through to us, and we will make sure that they all come out to you afterwards with the slides and the presentations.
Thank you, Eleanor. I always learn something new every time I listen to Eleanor, actually. She's always full of great information. So, our next speaker is Eve Holt, and she will be talking to us about healthy neighbourhoods and how you can encourage your community to get moving. Eve is a councillor at Manchester City Council and very proactive in positively impacting her community through physical activity and sport as a director of Greater Sport and Movement for Movement.
Eve is also passionate about encouraging women to join the local government sector, and we're going to hear a little bit more about that later on today. But for now, we're going to hand over to Eve to talk about healthy neighbourhoods.
Hello, fantastic to be here. Thank you very much. I hope you've all had a good day. It sounds like it's been brilliant. So I'm going to share, go straight in. So I've been asked to talk about healthy neighbourhoods, and before I give you my sort of summary, I want you to stop and pause for a moment and just think about what for you are the key ingredients of a healthy neighbourhood. And it'd be great if you could just pop in chat just a few of the key ingredients that what do you think about when I say healthy neighbourhoods? So pop those in chat. So we've got all sorts of great things popping up: green space, community cohesion, neighbours, removal of barriers to inclusion, safe, communication, outdoors, cycle paths, open spaces. So keep looking. But lots of the features that you can see on this image here inevitably pop up. So lots of those things about outdoors, green, points of connection, points for people to sit and to linger and to connect and to talk, to actively get about, to walk your dog. There's a sense of space and connection to each other and to nature. So in the end, healthy neighbourhoods matter to all of us, and we all have our sense of what that means to us, and often a lot of very similar ingredients that you can see there that are coming up from people in this group. But we also come from it with our own lens in terms of our own life experience and things that really matter to us individually. So in terms of me, this is kind of me growing up in Manchester on the adventure playgrounds of Manchester, and here Turkey Lane in North Manchester, and then getting on in what you might know now as kind of the Manctopia of Manchester. So in an urban environment, of course, lots of you will be sitting at different places with a very different view outside your window. And as a Manchester councillor who grew up in this place, I guess what I've been keen to see is how we design back in and all those things that make for a good space to play, to linger, to be, that really create a kind of live well neighbourhood. So this is where I was yesterday on my lunchtime for a lunchtime walk with a colleague, which is Mayfield Park, which is our new public park in the middle of Manchester. And as you can see, designed in green, it's got lots of biodiversity, and there's these wonderful slides that, hey, designing joy in now, if at any other point, is absolutely critical. And I do recommend, if you're coming to Manchester, come and have a play because it's brilliant. So that's one of the lenses in which I guess I come to this conversation in terms of my own experience, that is very much within the built environment of Manchester. And then within that, as someone who lives and is a councillor in Chorlton, and who's been keen within that as a local neighbourhood to think how we collectively reimagine that as a space. So this is an event we held a couple of weeks ago where we closed what is one of the main high streets through the middle of Chorlton, and brought people together as a community, as traders, as local businesses, and partners and community groups, and created along the whole stretch of this, you can't see the whole length of it, tried to rethink what kind of space that could be if it was a space that felt far more human and far more people orientated. And I would say that's the common theme, that's probably the golden thread that runs through all of this, is how do we create these spaces that put people at the centre and people in all their diversity at the centre, and design back in the things that help all of us to feel healthy and well. In my day job as introduced, I'm a Street Director at Greater Sport, which is the active partnership for Greater Manchester. And my role is very much in leading and supporting and connecting GM Moving, which is our whole system, movement for movement. So my job there is to enable everybody, people and partners across Greater Manchester, to work together to enable active lives for all. And what we know is that to enable active lives for all, we design it back in to our neighbourhoods, to active environments, so that it's something that everybody can do every day. And for me, again, thinking my lens, a key part of that has been how I get about. So from growing up on the streets of Manchester on my bike, getting to school on the back of a tandem, as a parent trying to create play streets, through to being part of Taunton bike deliveries, lots of cycle hire schemes, and now in my work. For me, being able to get about in an active day, every day, has been key to how I relate to my local place, relate to my local neighbourhood, and how I think we can help design neighbourhoods that feel far more healthy and sustainable for everyone. So there's lots and lots of frameworks, and you probably know different models to help define what are these key ingredients for a healthy neighbourhood. This is just one. I could have shared a number of them, but the Healthy Streets framework by Lucy Saunders, I would recommend. And I guess for one particular reason is I think that in my experience talking to others when sharing this, is these things that people can relate to. So often we found, haven't we, that whether we're talking about sort of the planning of places or we're talking about services within a neighbourhood, often these things have become quite dehumanised. And actually this takes us back to the things that we care about as people in everyday language, you know, the things that matter, that really help us to make sure that our streets and neighbourhoods do feel like places that we want to be, we want to linger, and that we can all get about. So that now underpins our strategy in Greater Manchester for what we call our Streets for All strategy, which is now being developed into a Streets for All design guide. And I use it both as a councillor when thinking about in my local place and local neighbourhood, about the language that I use and the key ingredients of what we want to create locally, as well as in our GM moving strategies around physical activity and healthy active neighbourhoods. So, living in a healthy active place and working in a healthy active place matters to all of us. And what we know is we all have a role to play in enabling that to happen. So what I'm going to talk to really in this session now is to focus on the approach that we're taking, both from a GM moving perspective and as a councillor, in recognising all the different influences on whether or not the place that we live is healthy, it's active, it's a place that we can choose to walk or cycle or wheel and to play. And in doing that, in recognising that often some of these key things around our place can feel like it's a bit of a tug of war, can feel like lots of things are in competition with each other, whether it's healthy or whether it's somewhere that's economically thriving. Sometimes have been framed as if they're in opposition, whereas in fact, what we know and what we see is a lot of these things go hand in hand. That if you want a place to thrive, for your local businesses to thrive, actually that also needs to be a place that is an attractive, healthy place that people want to come and visit, that you've got increased footfall, you've got all those things that make it somewhere that people want to hang around, they want to linger, and it's got a diversity of offer. So a lot of my work is really helping to demonstrate that things that have often seemed as if they're pulling in different directions, that actually if we come together around a shared vision of what a healthy neighbourhood looks like, we recognise that we can all work together, pulling in the same direction to help achieve that, both for now and for the longer term. And one of the ways we do this, I don't know if this might be familiar to some of you, this is the socio-ecological model, which is at the heart of everything we do in terms of our GM moving strategy, and which I now find myself going back to and using for everything I'm doing in any of my hats, in recognising all those different layers, all those different points of influence on all the things that we do and we create, whether it's as an active neighbourhood, a healthy neighbourhood, whether we're thinking about physical activity, or to be honest, any other aspect of change that we're trying to make. You can't just go to one of these layers in the onion, as we call it. We have to recognise that we have to influence create change across each of those layers if that's going to be transformational and to stick. So I'm just going to briefly just talk through some of the ways we're doing that. So if we start with kind of the individual, I talked about my own individual lens, and obviously all of this is through a lens of what, you know, I see in my experiences and all those unconscious bias. So we have to understand, don't we, for your local people, your local community, all the things about what matters to them, what brings them joy, and what helps them to live a healthy, active life, and what aids connection and participation. So whether that's thinking about within our local park, where we've got this, some brilliant schemes, and then across Greater Manchester and gathering the data and the insight, and really doing much better to listen to people, listen to communities, involve them, recognise that we can't make assumptions about what a healthy neighbourhood looks like to some local people if we want to design cities and places and spaces that work for everyone. And then thinking about all those parts of the social environment, you know, I wouldn't now ride my bike if it wasn't for the fact that was a cultural norm in my family, in my peer group, in my community, with my colleagues, and all those ways that we influence each other, and how we really grow on that as a strength, develop that as a strength, those points of connection. So a lot of our work, again, in Greater Manchester has been thinking, for example, around GM walking, has been really growing this network and this movement of people who are going out walking in their local area, building on all the things we saw during COVID, where lots of people far more spontaneously took to, you know, grouping up and going together for a walk as something they were allowed to do. So we've got lots now of community groups that are getting up and getting out and just going for a walk around their local place. And in that process, they start to recognise the strengths within their local place, the green spaces they maybe hadn't discovered before, the places and spaces that actually bring them health and well-being that maybe previously they'd overlooked. And by going out together, they find new routes, and they also have a sense of connection and safety and a lot of those things that we talked about at the beginning that make for us a healthy neighbourhood. And this has really been growing as a movement across Greater Manchester. You can look at the DM Walks website. There's lots of brilliant stories and brilliant maps that communities have started to develop to help grow this. We've also, you can see there's the hashtag Active Souls movement. So that has been thinking around how we invite people to just day to day think about what footwear they wear that enables them to be active. So in any of your workplaces, you know, if you're based in the town hall, if you're based an officer somewhere else, you know, do you create both permission and invitation for people to wear active soles that actually encourage them to get to and from work and home in an active way, and to dismiss the idea that maybe particularly women often feel that they might need to wear heels, or men might need to wear smart shoes to be taken seriously. So from Andy Burnham down, there's been a real push to go, put your active soles on and be proud of that, and taking photographs in meetings to say, look, you know, this is about how we encourage again a culture and support each other and our peer groups as networks to do that. Then thinking about the organisations and institutions that exist within our neighbourhoods and our places, and those as partners and how they all play a part, and how we help them to work together to be more than the sum of their parts. So from our schools to our GPs, to our traders, all of those we know are critical to whether we have a healthy neighbourhood or not. And it's been brilliant seeing how they all recognise the role that they can play, which helps obviously them as people that make work in the neighbourhood, but also to be more connected within their community. So as an example, a much wider kind of spatial footprint across Greater Manchester has been trying to bring partners together at scale, both in terms of very small kind of community groups, informal networks, to our big partners like Transport of Greater Manchester or Greater Manchester ICS and our councillors and our local authorities, all coming together to recognise their role in a shared mission to make Greater Manchester a great place to walk, cycle, wheel and live. And within that, lots of those conversations have been thinking about what that means for us at a neighbourhood level and how we spread and grow good practice. So just that convening piece and bringing people together and recognising the shared mission that they all play a role in. And then the physical environment. So often people go straight to thinking about the physical space. Certainly when you talk about active travel, for example, they think about the infrastructure. Obviously what we know is it's much more than that. Going back to that first picture and a lot of things you described, it's often how that feels, how that physical environment is, whether there's benches to sit down on, whether it's inclusive space, whether those pavements are easy for everybody, whatever your mobility needs, and whether it feels like somewhere that feels safe, that you belong, that you're welcome, and that you're invited to be active and to stay. So you've probably all have so many different policies and strategies, whether that's at a hyper-local level or across, again, a bigger footprint. In Greater Manchester, you can see there we've got the Healthy Streets framework at the top, but then sitting around that, thinking about, features of a 20-minute neighbourhood, been part of designing a fantastic tool which helps, so a toolkit with the Town and Country Planning Association on 20-minute neighbourhood, which got some good examples of how we can embed that within our practice. Thinking about there, you can see to the left corner a map. So on the Active Travel website now, you can look at your own local area and get a sense of all the features within a 15-20 minute distance. And again, to encourage people to recognise what they can access on their doorstep and how we embed that in all policy and practice as a whole system. And at a local level, people are doing more, aren't they, to recognise how they can share those assets locally. So here we are in Chorlton, brilliant local community group, realised during COVID period how much people were enjoying the green space, but how lots of people didn't know what was on their doorstep. And just by creating this map, that then went through everybody's letterboxes and then it into tea towels. And we've seen these things happen, haven't we? Like lots of flowers across the whole of the UK as people have taken ownership of their local place and helped to really shine a light on the things that are good and the things that make a place feel good for all of us. And then, we've got policy. So all those things that we're hardwiring in to try and make sure that, again, across all our policy and strategy, whether that's at a very local level in terms of our ward plans, or whether that's a Greater Manchester level, that we're designing these things into everything for a far more kind of integrated approach. And then trying to distill them so we don't have shelves and shelves of strategies and policies that sit and aren't looked at, recognising that we've got these shared outcomes that we can all work towards. And part of this has been really trying to help everybody in the system to be advocates for each other's agendas. So in my hat as a director at Greater Sport, I'm no longer going into rooms always focusing on our agenda of physical activity. It's recognising the role that has to play in a more sustainable, fairer, more equitable Greater Manchester, and being an ambassador for other people's agendas in the other spaces that I'm in. So recognising that collectively, these are all key benefits that come from moving that benefit other agendas, and likewise other people's agendas will help unlock the capacity and create the conditions for people to live a more active life. And holding those agendas collectively has been really powerful. And then this, how often do we ask the question? We often talk about the benefits, but how often do we genuinely talk about the cost of doing nothing? So I took this was Chris Boardman's Made to Move document from a few years ago, and it's not necessary to focus on here the cost of doing nothing from Active Travel. It's more as a reminder to constantly ask that question of what if we do nothing? And I think it's particularly critical when thinking about healthy neighbourhoods, because we know there's so many things that are happening that if they continue, whether that's car domination, some of the other challenges around our space and how our space is allocated and used, if we do nothing, we know that unfortunately with the continued climate breakdown, that we're not going to have places that are healthy or sustainable or safe for any of us to live. So let's keep asking the question. So all of those things build up to have our whole system map, as you can see, which we then use across the piece, which finally, that last piece really in terms of culture is watching your language. So I don't know how many of you, when you think about healthy neighbourhoods, people often then go to what we talked about, low traffic neighbourhoods, and to other kind of very car-centric language, which again removes people, it removes the focus of what we're trying to achieve. It starts focusing on some of the things that maybe we're seen to be taking away, that we're reducing perhaps the number of cars that are in the streets, as opposed to focusing on actually what we're trying to create, which are places that are more connective, more healthy, more sustainable, more joyous for everybody. And people, we all get so caught up, don't we, in sometimes this language that takes over. So how car-centric, as one example, our language becomes. So from creating cycleways that are called superhighways, is that necessary? Even our walking, just going for a walk together becomes a walking bus. There's so many examples of how we end up getting caught up in language that is unhelpful to us. So I'd encourage you to keep checking your language and does it actually advocate for healthy neighbourhoods or not? And with it, the visuals. Just quickly, this is in thinking about approach and how we make transformational change happen. What we've done in Greater Manchester is effectively codify the learning across all these place-based projects that have been going on into these 5 key enablers. And we found that these are key to unlocking longer term change. And these can apply really to any aspect of any kind of wicked problem that we're addressing. So whilst these here have been particularly kind of captured in our work around enabling active lives for all, they're now filtering in to other aspects of our work around public service reform, for example, in Greater Manchester, in terms of how we create the conditions as a whole system to move in the direction that we want to. And this means all of us playing roles. And again, this is another way of just kind of codifying, capturing the many different ways and different roles that people play in the system to advocate on these agendas, and to know that we can all play any one of these or multiple roles at any one time. And I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to skip to that and say have courage. Sometimes when we talk about healthy neighbourhoods, there's so many different interdependencies, and I would just encourage you just to start somewhere and see where that goes, and put on your active souls, and often start with a walk is a good place to go and connect with your local place.
Thank you, Eve. That was great, and there was lots of great incentives there. So Tracy, can we see if there's any questions, please?
We absolutely can, and yes,
Eve?
Thank you also, Eve. I loved your adventure playground. So interesting to see the changes over the years, and obviously your cycling, commuting as well. Didn't I, Jo? I took my bike on holiday with me to Tenerife only last month, so I'm with you on those active souls. No more high heels for me. Okay, so questions coming through then. Jess, have we got any questions that have come through? No, I think that must mean you covered everything really well.
There was some comments. There was just some general comments in the chat about different ideas, so there was some interactive things going on there. But again, that was really interesting. Well done, Eve.
Well received, and just how easy it is to sort of bring that into the community as well, isn't it? Which is very, very nice. So
thank you, Eve, for taking part, and we will be seeing you again very shortly.
Yes, we will indeed.
I think there's a question just come in there from Liz. Liz Blackshaw. She said GM have been leading the way with digital. How do you think this has helped?
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of the examples, if I take the GM walking example, there's been lots of great work of using different digital platforms, for example, to encourage people to get out and have a walk. From the creative ones where you have, little pop-up kind of dinosaurs, or if it's Halloween, you can go and say hello to a ghost or a skeleton. So sort of very family-friendly apps, through to a number of other apps that support people to find local routes that work for them and to join up with other people. And then, as you saw, the sort of 15-minute neighbourhood mapping as well, which has helped people just to recognise, to be honest, what they actually have on their doorstep that is within walking or cycling or wheeling reach.
Indeed, so it's just changing that perspective at the end of the day, isn't it?
So welcome back, everyone, and I hope you're ready for a second batch of lightning round speakers. For those only now just joining us, our lightning rounds involve 4 5-minute presentations back to back, so have your pen and paper at the ready and make notes of any questions you have throughout. First up is Eve Holt, who we heard from just before the break on healthy neighbourhoods.
That was so interesting.
Really interesting, Tracy. Eve will now be discussing how you can encourage women to join the local government sector. Then we have our own lovely Hannah Driver, our senior accountant who has worked with our 700 plus clerks to help them manage and improve their finances. Today though, Hannah will be sharing her budgeting and forecasting top tips.
tips. Who doesn't want to know Hannah's
sure
top
to
tips,
listen.
eh?
Yeah.
Then we will have Richard Chokesy. He is Development Officer at Social Farms and Gardens. They support communities and local councils to garden and grow together, opening up opportunities for people. Today, he will be talking about the role of the gardeniser. We did have Mark Munier, founder of CEO and Ditch Carbon, but unfortunately he's unable to join us today. You can ask questions via the Q&A button, and we will invite all our lovely speakers back for a panel Q&A at the end. So without further ado, let's hand over to Eve.
So first of all, I guess, why are we talking about women in this sphere of local government? Well, we know that women belong in all spaces where decisions are made, and I'm sure you all believe that. And we know that the route to leadership for women and for everybody, but particularly for women in all forms of public life, can be a bit like this, one of the scariest roads in the world, which I have travelled along in South America. And we also know that, unfortunately, we flatlined when it comes to the number of women, the percentage of women in local government. We seem to be stuck at about the 32-33% mark, and similarly in national. And that sometimes means it looks a bit like this, and this matters. So this was, you might recognise, it's the signing of the Greater Manchester Devolution Deal. I just returned to Manchester after 10 years in London and elsewhere, and went, where have all the women gone? So we need to see women. We can't be what you can't see, and that's critical. And we also know, as Sarah Champion says here, that to really understand that you do need women to make decisions about the things that matter to them. And that actually we give up our power quite often, and we give that power up if we don't feel that we have any. And not seeing women in positions of power, not seeing women in local government, like Jackie, then we don't feel like we've got the authority or the power. And as you can see here, I do have the authority because Jackie came and sat in my office, in my garden, to do an interview and to remind us all of the power that we do have. So I guess, why am I talking to you? Well, I've been involved in lots of different pieces of research. These are some of those examples, all looking at women, power and politics, from international through to local government, and also involved in a number of projects, one of which was this, which was a piece of work with the British Council, which is where the next 5 key themes in key tips really in how to encourage women into local government start. So leadership, visibility. We know that we need women to be visible in leadership roles, and supporting them not just to stand and serve in elected positions, but to be in all those forms of roles across local government is key. And the second one was around women's collective action. So this is research at the British Council around women, power and politics, and showed that we need women to come together collectively to have a critical mass if we're going to enable change to happen. And that's been key to the work of Elect Her, formerly known as Parliament Project, which I'm part of, which provides this network for women to come together to share learning, to get coaching, and to help navigate those career path into all forms of local government. And to work together to stand, to serve, to lead, and to recognise the full variety of options for roles within local government, elected and non-elected. The third key theme was about the rules. We have to change the rules. We have to hardwire it in. We know those rules often stand in the way of women being in local government. We need to be the holder of the rules. We need to know the rules, and we need to change the rules. So this is one other project I'm involved in, which is GM for Women, which has born out actually of sort of the Diva Mank, which I referred to before. And we really look at the data and the rules and how we then generate greater equity and equality for women across GM. The workplace, we know, comes up over and over again. Obviously, this is looking at the mother of all parliaments in theory, but the same for local government. How often does it feel like a workplace in which women do not belong, and women in their diversity? So I was part of, well, in fact, I authored this document, this toolkit on 21st century councils. I would recommend you look at it if you've not seen before, which really is supporting about how we change across all these multiple key themes. the barriers that get in the way. And finally, cultural shifts. So we know we need to make massive cultural shifts, whether that's addressing misogyny or whether that is thinking about the way that women often carry this sort of triple burden of caring in the community, at family and in work. So this project, Rise, Voice, Vote, I had the joy of doing in 2018 with the Pancos project with young people to really help raise their voice and think differently and support and educate them to make a difference. And my last point would always be, you need to understand your local picture. It's about understanding the place that you're operating in, the spaces you're operating in, and what stands in the way for women and girls there, and who the role models who can help you move on this agenda. So connect with me. I'd love us to get further and get beyond that 32% in elected positions and see women in all rooms in local government. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Eve. While I switch over the slides, Hannah will be up next.
Lovely, thank you. Yes, hi everybody, I'm Hannah, I'm Scribe's head accountant, so it's great to have you all joining us today, and hello to those people I've spoken to before. So today then, in my 5-minute round, I want to try and bring you my 5 top tips for budgeting and forecasting. So firstly, I've thought about common budgeting worries. They tend to be lack of support, lack of time, lack of confidence, and issues with the budget itself. So that fed into then top tip number 1, which is to schedule time. So this is thinking about your time. Hopefully you've already got your meeting scheduled in to review and approve your budget and your preset. So this is thinking about you and making time in your diary. Super important task budgeting, because obviously ultimately we need to result in the precept, really key task. So obviously you need to dedicate time to it, work back from those scheduled meetings so that you have got timeframes to work to, deadlines that you know that you can meet. If you can, delegate and involve other people, give them some work to do towards the budget. And if you do, make sure you give them clear deadlines so that you can then put that information together. The top tip number 2 is to forecast. So forecasting is estimating the income and the spend for the remaining months of the year to get an expected end of year position that you can then compare to the budget. So forecast for complete months now is ideal. Obviously we're now in October, so we've got April to September, so 6 months of actuals. Forecast October to March, so you've got your complete year. And when doing so, remember to be realistic. Include everything that you think is going to happen in the forecast. This is an example of a sheet I set up a few years ago to assist with budgeting and forecasting, and I'm sure we can give that out if that's helpful to you. A lot of information in there, but you can put the budget in, the actuals, the forecast, the estimation, so you've got your full forecast. Once you've got that, compare that forecast to the budget, review those lines line by line. Obviously, you're going to have to consider one-off items, and particularly this year as well, the added impact of inflation, cost of living crisis, which makes everything that little bit harder as well. So number 3, don't be afraid to start again. That might seem quite extreme, but you may now come into a situation where actually the budget isn't fit for purpose, it's not detailed enough, it's too detailed. Is it better to revamp it? If you do so, then you're likely to need to use zero-based budgeting. That's starting from scratch. Ignore that current budget, ignore your previous budget, that all goes in the bin, blank piece of paper, start again, build it up in the format that you want it so it's more meaningful to you. So that'll be relevant if when you've done your forecast, that forecast is vastly inaccurate and different to your current budget, or if you've got new projects or new elements that you want to add into the budget as well. So worth considering if you need to do so. Top tip number 4, I think the most important one, make notes, keep records of the decisions made. It's easy to go through this budgeting process now, and then by the time we get to April, the new budget comes in. What did we decide? Why is that number that number? So it's really important, notes, notes, notes. So for the budget itself, notes on those lines that have changed considerably, what changed and why, those that are estimated, what's the assumption, and those that are made up of multiple elements. Really important. Also, good idea to keep notes throughout the year that you can then refer to at this time as well, so that you've used that as your memory aids as you're going through the process, things to remember. What specific costs do I know? What one-off items do I need to include or exclude? What specific changes do I need to make to the budget? And then finally then, top tip number 5, monitor the budget as well. So it's easy to see this process being fundamentally about resulting in the setting of the precept, but actually budgeting is more than that, is thinking about it and monitoring it, using it for financial decision making. So important to have regular budget meetings. Make sure you are comparing those actuals to your budget. To do so, you're going to need a good cash book based on those budget lines. Make sure you allocate those transactions out to those budget lines so it's easy to review. Also important for all members of the council to understand the budget. Some are naturally going to be more financially savvy than others, but if you can involve everybody in understanding the importance of the budget and also your budget itself, then that's really going to help. So then, just to recap, my top tips are to schedule time, to forecast, not being afraid to start again if you need to, make notes, and to continually monitor the budget. So we've rattled through them there, but I hope you found something useful in that. If you would like to come along to a longer session when we get into a bit more detail and think about sort of inflation impacts as well, there's some dates and times there, and you can sign up for Scribe Academy. So it'd be lovely to see you. Lovely, thank you.
Awesome, thanks Hannah. Right, I will now load up Richard.
Thank you very much. So Social Farms and Gardens is a UK-wide membership organisation providing organisational support and networking opportunities to community gardens and green spaces ranging from rural care farms to urban community gardens. Our work is primarily based on the principles of asset-based community development, treating community members as knowledge holders and skills holders who should be invested in and treated as assets rather than as passive beneficiaries. Just a bit about me, I've been in the horticultural industry for 10 years and I currently manage a market gardening project I work with Social Farms and Gardens in London. That work is primarily based around peer-to-peer training and networking, and some of the projects, some of the topics we've covered in the last 12 months have included organisational and administrative things, but also talking about emotional resilience and preventing burnout in spaces where we're creating inclusive spaces. So all of those various facets of the trainings we've done have been collected into this one crash course that we're calling the Gardenizer course. So what that refers to is the role of the garden organizer, which isn't simply just gardening, it's everything around and about the direct delivery. And what this course seeks to do is elaborate on all of those different things and advocate for this as a role and develop capacity in that direction. So previous graduates of the Gardenizer course have obviously been community gardening practitioners, but also local council and local authority officers who found it interesting to learn more about the role requirements that are involved in creating community-led green spaces. So what are those role requirements? So one of the crucial things is inclusive design. If a community gardening space is going to be representative and appealing to the local community, it's got to be reflective of them. And so part of the Gardenizer role is to ensure that processes are in place to include communities in the design process to make it relevant for them, as well as considering the various accessibility needs that go into making an inclusive space. Gardenizers also have to be proficient in project management, so creating action plans to implement short and long-term projects, but they will also have to deal with fundraising and grant applications alongside that. But then beyond all this, there's all the tiny little logistical challenges that build up. For instance, fixing a tap. So the Gardenizer needs to understand how to recruit sufficient diverse skills in the organisation to make it sustainable. Legal structures and governance is another crucial part of the Gardenizer role. A Gardenizer has to have an understanding of various legal formats and which is most appropriate for their setup, as well as an understanding of lease negotiation and what the difference between a license and a lease is. There also will be some interaction with the governing body, and it's important to have some proper lines of communication and decision making there. And then finally, the Gardenizer needs to be really proficient in interpersonal skills, making sure that a space is sufficiently inclusive and welcoming, but also that the staff and volunteers are supported as they go through stressful situations, or if conflict arises, the Gardenizer is the intermediary between all of those things. And then it's really important for them to look after themselves. So yeah, emotional resilience in that work is really key to be intentional about. So our Gardenizer course is 80 hours long. We split that between 40 hours of supported study and 40 hours of internship, where Gardenizers put the lessons they've learned to practice. We operate on the basis of participatory learning. So the magic happens when all the different people who are kind of involved in this work get together and share their experiences and create networks among them, and create an ongoing legacy for the Gardenizer course. Our network is international. We've got a European-wide network, and it's growing every day. And what I think that's growing in response to is an increasing recognition that plants have enormous power to address some of the key problems facing us as a society and indeed as a species. So climate change, biodiversity loss, alienation from each other, and interpersonal conflict, all of these things can be addressed through community managed green space. So I'd really encourage you to join the Gardenizers. Have a look at our website, farmgarden.org.uk. Our next online Gardenizer course will be on the 23rd of November, going through till the 8th of February. So have a look, and I hope to see some of you there.
Excellent, thanks, Richard. Yes, so we'll go to Q&A in a minute. As I said, Mark cannot talk today. He actually got stuck in Wales on a really poor connection, so he said it's just not going to work. But I thought I'd just give you an overview of Scribe. As we said, this event is about thought leadership and giving a platform for all these great speakers to talk about all the good things they're doing. But yeah, given Mark's not around, I'll talk a little bit about what we provide. I mean, we at Scribe, we regard ourselves as a civic technology provider. You know, we like to find ways to use technology to serve the people. And we absolutely love working with parish and town councils and community councils across England and Wales, because you guys are the closest tier of government. You know, you are connected to the people. So if we work very closely with you, we listen, we understand your needs, and we often run workshops. I feel like we can turn from a civic technology to provider more to what we see ourselves as a partner with you guys. Together we can feel like we can have a really material impact on improving the lives of communities. So who are we? We're a small team based in Norfolk. We're around 10 people, but we've been growing quite a lot over the last 4 years. We've been growing 75% year on year, and we now have 950 parish and town councils across the England and Wales. Our mission really is to enable all the work that you're doing, all these great projects, is to spend more time engaging your community, working on these new initiatives and projects, and less time doing all the boring administration. So if we can build tools to enable you to do less boring administration, then you can work on more exciting projects. Some of these solutions we have, like the cloud apps, is to manage your accounts, cemetery, venues and allotments, and we're always expanding that. We'll normally add a new solution every year based on listening to you. But we also realize, technology is great, but you guys, it can be very stressful. Clerks, RFOs, or any council staff and councillors working for your local council. It can be very isolating and intimidating, and then throw in, having to adopt new technology in there to learn new ways. It can be really overwhelming a lot of the time. So it is hard to change. So, along with the technology, we do provide a lot of training. So we have constantly, every week, we have weekly training available to all our customers on all aspects of any of the technology we provide, or the solutions, the applications. And then we do monthly thought leadership events where we have guest speakers. And a lot of the speakers today, they certainly will be getting an email after asking them if they'd like to come to one of our monthly events, which is just focused on them. So the technology coupled with this, the training and the support, we feel is the right match to enable us to have that impact. And then just going into more detail on some of the apps, we're most known for financial accounts, running your financial accounts. So we have, our customers tell us that All our apps are really easy to use and very forgiving. And, you know, our accounting software, you know, managing public funds is really important. And you have to be transparent about what you're doing and make it all auditable, which our technology enables, you know, not only just doing the daily administration, but then also the completing your annual statements at the year end for your AGAR. You know, that's all like click of a button with Scribe accounts, taking all that stress away. We all know that year end can be, you know, days or even weeks of stress. And then moving forward, you know, continue, you know, setting your budgets, forecasting, and then monitoring your budget. So hopefully, you know, the Scribe accounts, you know, our customers tell us, you know, makes it much easier for them to do. Then all out, you know, we have our other applications, they all integrate beautifully together, so you don't have to keep typing in the same information. Simple things like contact information is shared across everything. If you have a particular contact you've been dealing with, you have all the records related to any dealings with them, which is also good from a GDPR point of view. And we've got recently released our allotments app to manage all your waiting lists and your fees and doing your charging and all your additional services and doing your inspections, sending out your notices. We have a facility hire and bookings service, so you can create a nice online public page of all the facilities you're hiring out, whether that's meeting rooms or football facilities, training facilities, anything like that. And, you know, make it easy for your residents to just go online and book it themselves, so they don't have to call up and leave an answer phone or anything like that. Yes, and again, all the financial side of it is fully integrated. And then again on cemetery, we enable you to manage all your cemeteries, creating your burial, your plot registers, and all your exclusive rights, etc. Inspections and all the kind of boring admin to make it much easier. So when you join us, it's a very nice experience. You on day one, you get a setup call, and then you go into all our training, and then after, so we hope to have you really operational within the first 30 days, and then after 60 days, you get dedicated customer success. So you've already met some of the support and customer success. Jo Peters on the couch there, she's the person that you'll be dealing with after those 60 days. And Tracy is also one of our support team. You've Jessica's been in the background, James been in the background, Joe's Silker qualified. So we have all the skills and you know, right attitude to support you through kind of taking care of all the administrative tasks. You know, we're supporting both large and small parish and town councils across the country. And, you know, you just have to go along, look on Trustpilot, you'll see tons of 5-star reviews, recently rated 9.4 out of 10 on a recent survey we did with our customers. So yeah, maybe Jess can drop a link down in on the Zoom chat. We've got a little page there if you just want to come say hi, and we can learn more about you. So that's it. Back to you, Jo and Tracy.
Oh, thank you, John. Obviously, thank you also to Eve, our lovely Hannah, and Richard as well. So we're going to bring you all back again for the question and answer session. Jo, what questions do we have in the chat?
So the first one up is for Hannah. So I'm new to forecasting. So when using it, do all the cost codes have to be the same? So year to date, flex budget, and what impact will having a mixture likely to be?
That sounds like quite a Scribe specific question. So if you want to get in contact, we can have a sort of specific session on how to do it on Scribe. But generally, in terms of forecasting, the more detailed you can be, the better, because it's going to make it more meaningful. So it's best to work through your budget line by line. Some of them are probably done for this year. You're not going to be spending anything more against them, so there wouldn't be any forecasting. Some of them are going to be easy. So your phone bill, you're probably going to know what that's going to be for the remaining months of the year. And some of them are going to be harder to forecast, but it's important to try and be as detailed and accurate your estimations as possible, because it's going to make your forecast, of course, more meaningful at the end.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I have one for John. John, are there any plans for an asset management package at Scribe?
Yeah. So there definitely is. We're working on an asset management system for generally taking care of all your assets. You know, so you know, that could be any of your infrastructure, from benches, bins, street lighting, to kind of fire extinguishers. Yeah, so we're almost thinking about creating like an app that you can go around and easily, you know, mobile app, you can easily go and capture. It's almost like a treasure trail, let's say. And then once it's logged, then you can trigger all your inspection routines off the back of that, and you can take photos and a full audit trail of all your kind of safety inspections on that playground equipment or whatever it is. And then if it requires a maintenance, you can trigger a maintenance task that might be internally, or it might go to third party that you deal with, so that can be taken care of. So yes, we are working on quite a funky asset management system with some nice mapping. I'm looking forward to introducing some nice mapping into our systems, because I'm a bit of a mapping geek.
That's great, thanks John. So I have a question for Richard. How much does the garden course cost, please, Richard?
Yeah, so for Social Farms and Gardens members, the course costs £250. For non-members, it's £300. That said, membership is free, and you get access to a whole range of benefits. Like there's various resources online on the website that are really valuable. So I saw a question about, do you have any tips for setting up a new community garden? We have an entire resource dedicated to the processes and the kind of steps you need to consider when setting up a new project. Equally, all of those topics are covered in the Gardenizer course, so I'd recommend considering the Gardenizer course. I saw another question about grants. Unfortunately, currently we don't have any grants available to fund people to take part. But if that's an issue, please get in touch, and we might be able to signpost you to resources if they do come up in the future. And certainly, even if you can't take the Gardenizer course, again, we can signpost you to the existing resources we have that are part of the free membership.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, Richard. And another one for John. John, does access to Scribe have to be online? Any offline access?
No, it's all online access now. It's much better. You know, it's the way forward, like to have cloud access that, you know, you get the benefits of cloud, where you don't have to no longer worry about keeping your individual, you know, if you have your own desktop app with all your data on that particular laptop or PC, then, you know, there's a lot of risks around, you know, data protection and everything. Within the cloud, you get all the backup, you get the data security, no longer need to take care of that. And the most important thing is you can access it anywhere. And that certainly, you know, became a problem in the pandemic, where a lot of people had, you know, their software systems just running on a particular PC or laptop in the office, and they could no longer access it from home. So we actually gained quite a few customers during that period. But yes, the world, you know, is now, everything is moving to the cloud, and we're cloud only.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I think that's come to the end of our questions, Tracy?
Absolutely, yes, Jo.
So moving on, our next speaker is Louise Baudet. Louise has been a clerk for over 15 years, wow, a bit like me, and is also a paediatric and mental health occupational therapist. She has worked in both an independent practice and the NHS, specialising in engaging young people active in daily living. She has recently been at the forefront of a consultation in Warwickshire, exploring the experiences of the younger community and what it is like to live and grow up within the parish. Louise will be talking to us about this consultation and sharing some of the ways you can creatively engage young people. So over to you, Louise.
Hello and welcome to Scribefest, and this session is about creatively engaging young people, and I'm Louise Baudet. I'm both a parish council clerk but also by professional background an occupational therapist. So just to sort of share a bit about myself, got a strong background in local government, working in education, town centre management, working with schools. I've also sort of worked for myself, initially in business and marketing, but also done a lot of work, sort of voluntary work with the community. And as I said, been a parish clerk for many years, either on a permanent or locum basis, and lots of experience of consulting with young people, engaging with community and developing facilities in local parishes. So as an occupational therapist, I'm a member of the Royal College of Occupational Therapy. I'm HCPC registered, and my background is in child and adolescent mental health and also paediatrics. On a personal level, done lots of work within the community, always been very active, running support groups, running activities for children and families. We set up special needs toy library and playgroup, so always been quite heavily involved in the community. So thinking about today's session and what we're going to cover, we're going to first of all be looking at why it's important to engage young people and how you use that to develop a youth engagement strategy. Going to think a bit about why occupational therapy as well. It is an occupational-based, evidence-based profession, and the approach that we use with engaging young people. What do you already know about young people? You've got a lot of information that you can use already, and it's about how to build on that. And then also at the end, thinking about sort of how you take that forward in terms of engagement, some ideas, some suggestions about how you can engage with young people in different ways and really get a feel for who they are and what they want. So just to also mention that this presentation, it isn't about engaging young people democratically or getting them involved in politics. It's really to take that view of how do you understand their lived experience, what it's like to live in your parish, what it's like to go to school and learn in your parish, what it's like to have friends there, how they spend their leisure time. So really give that feel about living and growing up in a parish, but also their future needs. What would they like to see? So why should councils be engaging with young people? Well, anybody that's got children or grandchildren know that they're like a breath of fresh air. They often come up with very fresh, inspirational ideas, lots of constructive ideas, and contribute to decision making in a positive way, and bring a fresh pair of eyes to things that sometimes when you've worked in the system for a long time, you get used to doing the same things the same way, don't you? So they really do bring that fresh pair of eyes. It gives the young people in your parish an opportunity to express themselves, but to do that in a very safe and supported way, where they feel that they can voice their opinions, where they can feel listened to. And it reassures young people that the issues and opinions that they have are listened to and they are taken seriously, and acknowledging what they bring in terms of their ideas and their knowledge and their experiences and their views. And that's really important. Also, as councillors, and also clerks, can build those intergenerational relationships within the community. So working with the children, the young adolescents as they go into early adulthood, with parents, with grandparents. So it's really being quite holistic in how you engage with the people that live in your parish. And it also helps those young people feel part of the community and feeling that they can contribute to changing and shaping what goes on in the area that they live with. So there's lots of really good, valuable reasons about why it's important to engage with young people. So these are just a couple of pieces of research that were done. The first one is one that was done in 2011 by the British Youth Council called the Big Listen Survey. So this was a survey of 1,000 young people in the UK, and it found that 82% of them believe it's important for them to be able to speak up about their local area. And 6 out of 10 young people felt that their views were taken less seriously in local decision making simply because of their age. And I think that's quite important when we live in a society that should be inclusive and not discriminate. And age is often one of those areas where people can be discriminated against, whether that's because they're young or old. It's really important to embrace that and make sure that as a parish council, you're promoting an inclusive society. Then the other one, the British Social Values Attitudes, that was done in 2010. A bit similar to the British Youth Council, it also found that young people felt that their views were treated more negatively than those of adults. And I think this is where having that youth engagement strategy can really demonstrate that actually you want to hear the views of young people and there is a way to connect with them. So thinking about what you already know about young people that live in your parish. So there's lots of information that is there already before you even start a consultation process. So you've already got things like demographic data about the number of households, who's living there, the ages and things like that. You've got information about things such as free school meals and household income. And you might sort of think, well, how's that going to help us? But actually, the level of household income can affect the life experiences that young people have and the opportunities that they have. So they might not have had opportunities to experience things that perhaps in other areas young children might have experienced, and they might not have the same access to facilities and resources but perhaps other areas have. So it is quite important because it helps us understand their lived experience. And similarly, youth and employment as well. How are they spending their time? What is their income at their disposal? So it's thinking again about that situation around perhaps poverty, which I think we're seeing more and more of now with lots of rising costs. So also thinking about what networks are already available. So within your parish, you might have a youth council set up already. You might have youth groups already set up and running. There can be other community groups. A good look at sort of hiring for your village hall. You'll probably see lots of groups such as scouts, such as beavers, girl guides. You can have dance groups, karate groups, drama groups, singing groups. So have a look what's already out there and what groups are meeting. And then of course, local schools and education. So whether you've got a school in your parish or one nearby, or a college in your parish, and try and think wider. Think what else that you've already got there. So what next? Thinking about how actually do you take that next step forward? You do your data collection. Think about what you already know, and then you're thinking about how do we start to engage with the young people and find out what life is like for them in your parish and what are their aspirations for the future. So to do this, I'm going to use a case study to just facilitate that discussion about how you might go about it. And it's really just to broaden the thinking and give you some ideas about different ways of engaging people. So this was a parish council that wanted to review what they were offering young people in the area and think about gathering the views of the young people, particularly the older age range, which can sometimes be quite difficult to make that contact and to get those conversations going. So we thought about a youth engagement strategy and what that would look like and what the objectives of that strategy would be. So very strongly there is about empowering young people, making sure that they've got a voice and that voice is heard. Then about thinking about how you actually engage with them and the sorts of issues that young people are facing today, what their needs are and what their aspirations for the future are. So the things that are facing young people today might be very different to things that we faced when we were their age, and trying to get a really good understanding of that. Thinking about how you participate with young people and make sure that young people are involved in the pathway in the decision-making process. So, they're getting their voice heard. How do you translate that and move it forward so that what they're voicing is part of your decision-making processes? And how do you incorporate that and validate it? Thinking about how you promote what's available to young people so that they know sort of what decisions are being made about the area and what's available to them. And then as part of working together to recognise the skills, knowledge and resources that are available throughout the area and working together to make sure that the lives of young people are improved. So this was very much about that partnership working. So that could be linking in with organisations that are perhaps national organisations. They could be organisations that are in neighbouring parishes. They could be organisations at a county, district or borough level. So thinking very much about things like your parks departments, if there's a youth strategy that's there, thinking about the work of your borough councillors and your district councillors and county councillors and some of the initiatives that they might be doing, and also looking at the voluntary sector. There's often quite a lot that's out there with organisations such as Bernardo's and places like that. So having that sort of wider view and thinking very systemically about what you can tap into and what you can draw on. And that also links in when you start to think about funding as well and the different funding pots and priorities that are out there, so that when you get to that decision-making stage and you want to start introducing new things or making changes, you know what's out there. So the next bit is just thinking about why an occupational therapist is part of this process. So we work in lots of settings. We can work in hospitals with older people, in prisons, in schools. We work in so many settings, but one of the big areas that we do work in is with children and young people, whether that's in a mental health setting, so your child and adolescent mental health services, or paediatric settings. So that very much looks at children's development and functional skills. So our background, our training is very specialist, and it's all about engaging people in activities of daily living and making sure that people can access and participate in the things that they want to. We focus very much on what we call meaningful activities. So these are not just from taking part in things because they're there or because they're told to do so. It's what actually motivates them, what has a meaning for them, and what really gets their engines moving and makes them really sort of excited about things. So we're quite holistic in the way that we approach our work with children and young people. We also use a range of evidence-based assessment tools. A simple example for this was the interest checklist that we use, which is quite far-reaching in terms we look at a whole range of interests and hobbies, and we look at whether or not they've participated in it before, whether they can at the moment, if it's something they'd like to do for the future, and we think about why that works for them, or what are their barriers to accessing things that they're interested in. We also have quite specialist knowledge in areas such as child development, their functional skills, mental health, and sort of things like additional needs and sensory processing. So when you start to get a feel for what a life feels like for a young person, we're often bringing in that specialist knowledge. And then our therapeutic skills, engaging with children and young people as well. So as occupational therapists, what do we do? So we do look at how children and young people live their lives on a daily basis. So that's why it ties in so nicely with the youth engagement strategy. So we look at the things that they need to do, and very often this is about their daily routines. And when we're thinking of play and recreation, it's understanding where that fits in their daily routines, why it's important, and what their barriers might be to accessing that. We look at things they have to do. So very often school-age children, it's around going to school. For older children, it might be going to college, doing voluntary work, employment, or you know, it could be those that aren't engaged in anything at all. And then the things that they want to do. So how they spend their time with their family, with their friends, their social circles, what their hobbies and interests are, how they relax. And we piece all that together to form this holistic picture of what that young person's life looks like. So again, that really aligns with when we're trying to do a youth engagement strategy and make decisions for the future. You've got that understanding of what young children's lives are like and what they want in the future. So when we're thinking about play and recreation as a meaningful activity, it's often very different at different developmental stages and different ages. It's a very subjective experience, and it's one that comes from engaging freely in something that they've chosen to do. So we think about the environment where play takes place and how they engage and participate. And everybody's experience is very different and it changes over time. And the key factors that are around that change are often around their age, the stage of development, and their gender. So when we're looking at early years and early childhood, it's very much about being a driver for learning and development. Their play is very different. It's about exploring. There's a lot about functionality and manipulation. So we're looking at what we call their fine motor skills and their gross motor skills. So your fine motor skills is your ability to use your fingers to grasp, to manipulate. So if you think of things that are in your playgrounds, you know, perhaps some of the activity boards and things like that. And your gross motor skills is all about your balance and your coordination and how you move. So again, on the playground, seeing a lot of those gross motor skills, whether a child's playing football or using play equipment for climbing or going down the slide or going on the swing. It's also about engaging socially and forming those friendships. And it often tends to be quite energetic play at this age. We all know that toddlers and youngsters, they seem to have boundless energy and always sort of on the go. And it's also about pretend play and creating those environments that are safe, where they can form those friendships and play. There's a lot of evidence base that's around the social, developmental and health benefits for children at this age range. And then we sort of look, you know, as they start to get older and go into those teenage years and young adults. And it's all at this age about how they transition into becoming an adult. And there's a lot more focus on their leisure interests and their hobbies. And it tends to be more things that they're choosing to do. But they're still developing at this stage. So cognitively, emotionally, physically, they're still developing and learning skills. And also that big word for changes in their attitudes. And that's when they start to explore and start to develop their own personality and their own characteristics. And it's very much, you know, you'll hear parents say about them pushing the boundaries, testing the boundaries, and that really is what they're doing at this age. And in some cases, that can mean that, you know, perhaps some of their behaviours might be a bit challenging, might not be acceptable to everyone, but it's providing safe environments where they can test those boundaries out and learn what is okay and what isn't, and start to build the foundation for their life values. Teenagers will often start to view their peer groups as important and influential. So, you know, whereas when they were younger, you'd see them down the park with perhaps mom, dad, and some other families with parents there. At this age, they want to go out, they're building their relationships and their friendships, and they're starting to experiment with their independence. They still need time to have fun and to go out and play. They might not call it play, but spending that time with their friends, even messing about on the equipment and things like that, or just sitting on the bench chatting, is their version of play. It's things that they're choosing to do and finding out what they enjoy doing. So for teenagers, play is predominantly about being sociable. It's about making friends, connecting with friends, and building up those relationships and having the freedom to decide for themselves how they're going to have fun. So an analysis of teenage behaviour during play shows that their behaviour mimics and practices being an adult, and it's a positive stage in terms of their developments. So the consultation that we did, what we were looking at is trying to get some quantitative data, but also qualitative data, so that we could really understand the lived experiences of the young people. Sort of broke the age ranges down to 7 to 10 years and 11 to 17 years. And we wanted to hear the views of those young people and recognise that they would probably be very different. In terms of how we communicated, we developed a communication mix, so not relying on one sort of approach in terms of communicating, so not just using written questionnaires, but thinking about using visual things such as using videos through a Facebook page, using digital, so setting up WhatsApp groups and things like that, and really providing a good mix, doing face-to-face activities as well. So everybody had an opportunity to engage in a different way. And this was really important because children and young people, you know, they're learning and developing, they're not always confident, and it might mean stepping outside their comfort zone. So the more different ways that we could offer them, the more likely they were to engage with us. We also thought about those hard to reach groups. So children and young people where they might have additional needs, perhaps things like they might have ADHD or be on the autistic spectrum and be less likely to engage. And that also included that higher risk of young people where they're perhaps testing those boundaries and making lifestyle choices, but are perhaps pushing back against how they've grown up and what other people want. And they might not want to engage in this or might not see it as a cool thing to do. So we were thinking about how we'd engage with them. And then sort of in terms of publicity, putting things in the local media, sending information to the schools, to go in school newsletters, but also utilising the communication mechanisms that were already there, such as parish newsletters, Facebook pages, websites, and things like that. Using the good parish council things on the notice board, but also things like using social media as well. So what we developed there was a quite a comprehensive and holistic communication mix, so that it was in its broadest sense, so that we could try and capture everyone. And there were two focuses to the consultation. The first focus, which was the main one, was about understanding how children live and grow up in the parish and what makes a good experience for that young person. So we wanted to gather information about their views about where they live, what was good about the area, what was bad about the area, their leisure time experiences. So how do they spend their time and what makes that time important to them? And the strong thing that came out through that was always they wanted to be with their friends, they wanted that social connection, and they wanted their own spaces and places to be able to do that. The meeting places and facilities available. So, you know, when they had free time, where were they going? What were they using in the parish? And then thinking about any barriers that were there and any dilemmas that they were faced. But thinking about things like, did they feel safe when they were out and about? Thinking about things like bullying. So were they scared to go down the park because there were people there that were bigger, that were older than them, or were perhaps doing things that they didn't like or felt uncomfortable? So thinking very much about those barriers that stopped them engaging in things that they wanted to do. And then the desired change. What was their vision for the future? You know, we'd found out what they liked, what they didn't like. We gathered a picture of what their days looked like. What did they want for the future? And then sort of thinking about their voice as part of that process. So did they feel that they were heard, or did they feel that they had an opportunity to influence what was going on in the area? And if they weren't, how would they like that to look in the future? You know, very often it's not about, well, they can come along to a parish council meeting. It's thinking about how else you can do that. And certainly sort of like thinking about other local groups in the area and them feeling comfortable in engaging and doing that partnership joined up working with things. So, for example, a young person that perhaps goes to guides every week, you know, they're there with their peers, with their friends that they feel comfortable with, and they have positive connections with that because they're doing things that they enjoy and they're having fun. The adults there are adults that they're familiar with, that they trust. So if you're thinking about future partnership working, how you could tap into what's already there to engage young people. And then the second bit of the focus was on the facilities and the equipment that was available in the parish. What did they use? What did they enjoy? What didn't they use? And what did they want to see in the future? And also thinking about, you know, if they went outside the parish to do things, what sort of things they enjoyed doing outside the parish. So how we broke that down into how we engage with the young people. So this was looking at the age range of children aged 7 to 10 years. So what we did is we set up some activity sessions where they came along and they did some crafts. They made pizza, they did some gardening, they decorated some plant pots, we decorated some money pots and things like that. And we filtered throughout of that some mini questionnaires as well, to get some feedback about the sorts of activities that they enjoyed doing, but also just the atmosphere and them coming along, enjoying the session, being with other young people. We found that they opened up quite easily, had lots and lots of ideas about things that they would like to be doing, how they spent their time. So it was a really great opportunity to get a feel for how young people enjoyed where they live and what they wanted. We looked at doing voting walls where you could put things up and they'd put ticks and stickers on there to get that interaction, because not every young person enjoys group work. Some people can be quite shy, they could be quite nervous, it might be out of their comfort zone. So we were looking at ways that young people could participate without actually having to come along and do something. There was a competition which was around designing a piece of dream playground equipment. So that we took two angles: either they could design something or they could draw something that they really enjoyed, that they liked. We had dedicated social media pages. So we had a Facebook page, a Twitter account, and an Instagram account. What we did was we posted either YouTube clips or we posted pictures or questions and gave them an opportunity to comment on them. And everybody that commented, they got entered into a prize draw to win some vouchers. We also did a questionnaire as well with a prize draw, and we used the QR code as well so that they could just scan the QR code and do it online. We also used SurveyMonkey as well, that they could access a questionnaire as well. Copies of the questionnaires were hand delivered to every household in the area. So we made sure that we targeted all the families there. And then we also arranged what we call play days. So these were family days out. So visits to, they were offered a couple of local parks to test out the equipment, to say what they liked about it, what they would use, and also a cinema trip as well was offered to them. So then looking at sort of like the older age range, so young people age 11 years plus. So it was quite similar in terms of what we offered, but obviously changed sort of the activities that they would be doing. There we had sort of like what we call the hard to reach families, particularly those with special needs. We offered to go out and see them either in the home or perhaps doing a session at school, and sort of doing that work with the parents beforehand to get to know what would make a young person anxious, what would make it enjoyable for them, so that we were really using a therapeutic approach and being sensitive to their additional needs and have that understanding, particularly as often around additional needs, there's a lot around communication, perhaps they've got literal understanding of things, so that we could get the most out of that interaction with them. And also they felt that they were being listened to and engaged. So getting that handover from a family was an important part before that. And often also thinking about taking something along, a little craft activity, something that they enjoyed doing to put them at their ease. And, you know, again, it comes back to that meaningful activity of doing something that they enjoyed. So there was less of a focus on parents because the emphasis was on the views of the child. But obviously, if parents sort of wanted the feedback, we were open and accepting to having that feedback from them. So in terms of the outcomes, you know, there was a relatively good return of the hard copy questionnaires. The use of social media links worked really well, and the SurveyMonkey and the QR codes. So really very few hard copies returned, but they accessed the questionnaire through other mediums. We found that Facebook had quite a good engagement level, but less so on Instagram and Twitter. And I think sort of, you know, learning from that, thinking about what social media young people use in terms of WhatsApp and things like that. The use of the incentives worked well as well, you know, getting some vouchers and being entered into a prize draw, but also incentives in terms of like the face-to-face activities and the play days of them getting to do something that they enjoyed. That was perhaps the most successful. And then less interesting things like the art competitions as well. Would have hoped to have seen more around that. So engaging the young people in the very practical hands-on seemed to really work quite well. And we got a really good picture of what a typical everyday life looked like for the young people, what was important to them. And as I said before, something that came out strongly was being able to connect with friends, feeling safe, and having things to do as well. So there was a lot, you know, around they wanted things within their parish that they could participate in, that they could enjoy. And what also came out as well was that they valued their safe space and they were motivated by opportunities to engage in activities. So these were just a couple of pictures of some of the things that we did with the young people. And if you have any questions, that's my contact details. Thank you for listening.
Oh, another fabulous presentation there. Thank you, Louise. Unfortunately, Louise is unable to answer your questions today, though, because she was taken unwell yesterday, so the session was pre-recorded. We will, however, forward any questions on to Louise, and we do obviously wish you a very speedy recovery.
I'm sure you're ready for our next speaker. So without further ado, let's welcome Beckie Whitehouse, founder of Cloudless Sky Coaching. Beckie is a trained and qualified coach and hypnotherapist, and alongside this she has been clerking for 10 years. Well done, Beckie. Beckie understands the juggling of roles as a clerk and a seamlessly never-ending to-do list.
You know about that, Jo.
I've got one of those, and this is why she's so passionate about helping and inspiring other clerks.
Oh yes, in this session, Beckie will be sharing her advice and tips on happiness, inner confidence, and the big one, stress management. This is important for all clerks, RFOs, council staff, and councillors. In fact, all of us.
All of us, yeah.
So we'll hand over to Beckie, but do remember to stay on after if you want to hear the results of the prize draw and winners of those competitions. So good luck, everyone. Welcome, Beckie. Over to you.
Thank you. I hope you can all see that. I hope that's working. Yeah, so it's been a busy day, hasn't it? So I'm a great believer in doing things practically. So before we get going, I'd like you just to put your hand over your heart. We're just going to take in 3 lovely, slow, deep breaths, and we'll do that together. As you're breathing in, just imagine that air passing through your heart as you breathe in and as you breathe out. This just helps us align our mind and our heart. It will help calm us down and bring us back to the moment. So we'll do that together. So let's breathe in and then out, and then in and then out. And last time, nice breath in and really visualize it going through your heart. And then out again through your heart. Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. Now, I have a massive topic to cover in 20 minutes. Happiness, confidence, and stress management. All of those I could spend an hour talking about. But all together, they form part of our mental health, or even better, part of our mental well-being, which, as we've talked about, is really important for us. Okay, so a little bit about me. That's a bit big. Let me see if I can. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so I am Beckie Whitehouse. I am a clerk. I have clerked for 3 different parish councils in and around South Cambridgeshire. They're all the same, they're all different, when anyone asks me about the difference, I say, well, there are always potholes and there are always trees. The rest of the stuff can be a little bit different. I am also a trained and qualified coach, NLP practitioner. So that's neuro-linguistic programming. And that's all about the way our mind thinks and how we see the world, because actually we all see the world slightly differently. I'm a hypnotherapist and I am a training EFT practitioner. For those of you who don't know, EFT is emotional freedom technique, otherwise known as tapping, and you tap very gently on the acupressure points around the top of your body. It's really good for refocusing your thinking and beginning to let go of anxiety. So it's something that I do quite a lot. So, okay, what are we going to cover? So, as I said, it's a massive topic, but we're going to talk about tips for increasing happiness, tips for building confidence and self-esteem, because they are very similar, but they are slightly different, and we'll go into that a little bit more in a minute. And then tips for dealing with stress and anxiety, which I know as a clerk myself, we often have to face. We've talked about, you know, accounts and the end of the year and getting the AGAR in, and then dealing with any of those questions that come back from Little John when we're not actually quite sure what they're getting at, because it doesn't really make much sense. All of those things, difficult members of the public, differences of opinion between councillors and clerks, and everything in between and all around that. So I hope that, yeah, sounds good. So before we go any further, I just want to talk a little bit about our brain. So the primary function of our brain is to keep us safe. Okay, the one thing it is going to do, and it is programmed to do right from the year dot, from when humans, you know, evolved from apes and stepped forth into the world, our brain is there to keep us safe. It is also a bit like a magnet. Okay, so it likes to prove us right, and it likes to pull in the things we are thinking about. So have a little think about that. We'll come back to it. So the one thing, anybody who has ever worked with me knows I bang on about gratitude and kindness. So gratitude and kindness have both been shown to improve our moods, our emotional well-being, our social connection, strengthen our immune systems, and lower stress and blood pressure. I don't know if you remember, but during the first months of COVID, there was quite a lot of talk about gratitude and kindness, exactly for that reason, because it strengthens our immune system. We were sort of caught in this cycle of being so concerned and so worried, and the stress and anxiety that caused, but actually that wasn't helping our immune response. So we were kind of getting this double whammy all the time. So it is really, really good for that. And I do talk about it a lot. So what do I mean? So three things every day. Think of three things that you are grateful for or thankful for. Okay, they can be really, really tiny things, or they can be the big things. They can be completely personal, or they can be, oh, the sun shone, you know, or perhaps, you know, when it was 40 degrees and you needed the rain for the garden, it was, thank goodness it rained because I needed that. A way to help you think about that is just to ask yourself the question, what went well today? So we have been talked at quite a lot today. It's all been very interesting and very informative and very useful, but we have been talked at a lot. So I would like you just to grab your pen and jot down three things that you are grateful or thankful for today. I'm just going to give you a moment to do that. and think about what went well today. And I would actually encourage you to do this every day. You can do it in the morning, you can do it in the evening, you can do it in the middle of the day, whenever is the best time for you. If you can think of more than 3 things, that's brilliant. But I know sometimes, you know, when life is challenging, 3 things can be quite tough to think about. It doesn't matter if it's the same thing every day. So quite often when I do this, my first cup of tea of the morning comes up. But I think about that cup of tea, and I am grateful for the cup of tea I have physically in front of me that I am drinking, but I can trace that all the way back. So I'm thankful to the supermarket staff who maybe put it on the shelf or put it through the till or put it in the box that was delivered to my house. You know, I'm thankful for, you know, whoever, the captain of the ship or the staff on the ship who brought it from wherever to me, right back to the people, the farmers who are growing that tea, and maybe the farmers or the women who are harvesting those tea leaves. It's the whole process that I'm thankful for. So I hope you've got 3 things. If anyone wants to share them in the chat, do, that's fine. So then I want to talk about kindness and this idea that doing good does us good. Now, this was really brought home for me. When was it? The spring 2021, I think. So we were still in, excuse me, still in restrictions, but not major restrictions. But somebody left on my doorstep a little bunch of those daffodils, those pound daffodils that you can get in the supermarket. I didn't see who it was. My husband was all for looking on the Ring doorbell to see who it was. And I was like, no, it doesn't matter. The point is somebody left me or us those daffodils. We put them in water, and, you know, when they opened up, you know, it was lovely. And then I paid it forward. So I did it for somebody else and got those daffodils and left them on their doorstep. And all day I had that little glow in my heart, that little, oh, I've done something. I wonder if they found them. I wonder if they're opening. I wonder what they smell like. I wonder if they're really, really liking them. So the idea of doing kindness is we are moving our attention away from ourselves, and we are putting it on somebody else. And that just helps broaden our horizons, and just often we feel so much better when we speak to somebody else, when we do something else, when we are not just focusing on ourselves. So that's really what that is about. So let's go on and talk about confidence and self-esteem. So confidence is linked to how well you do something. So that might be your job, okay? So you might feel somebody asks you something about, you know, parish council powers, what can you spend money on? And you don't even have to think about it, you know, it just trips off your tongue. Yes, we can have allotments. Yes, we can put up a clock, whatever it is. Your self-esteem is how about you, it's all about how you feel inside. So you can have confidence and low self-esteem. Okay, it's not quite so common because often they're quite linked, but it is possible to be very confident in your job, in your role, and you can have low self-esteem about how you feel about yourself. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, ask me at the end. So we're going to just talk a little bit about how we can improve both of them. So a really, really good way to start is to think about your strengths, okay? And you can ask yourself what you are good at, okay? So if it's related to your job, that might come through in your confidence, okay? And then you can ask yourself, what do others say you are good at? And then the one, we all have a super power, actually, this strength that we are really good at. And that is the thing that people come to you for advice on, okay? So it could be anything. It could be that you're an ace gardener and you know exactly which plant to put where, when it will flower. Does it need to be dry? Does it need to be damp? Does it like shade or sun? You might be the person that somebody comes to and says, oh, I don't know what to cook. I've got my in-laws coming around for dinner and I don't know what to cook. And you might say, oh, this would be really good. You might be the person who is great at organising things, you know, might be the holiday. Oh, yes, you should go there and, you know, working out the itinerary, organising a party, whatever it is. We all have something. So again, let's just take a moment, write down a couple of things that you are good at. They can be big things, they can be small things. And then ask yourself what others say you are good at. And then think about, what do people come to you for advice about? We'll take a couple of moments to do that. And now I know for some of you, this might be a really big challenge, okay? It might be really hard to think about something you are good at. If that is you, I would encourage you to ask somebody who you trust, you know, a good friend, a family member, somebody you know is not going to laugh at you and is going to help you honestly to say, this is what I think you're good at. And there's no difference between whether you say, yep, I'm the best coffee maker that there is going, or I can, you know, knit a jumper. You know, they're both great. They're different, but they are both great. So I don't want you to start feeling, oh, it's a very little thing that I'm good at, because we need all kinds of people and we need everybody's skills. I am so grateful that we are all different. Can you imagine how boring the world would be if we were all good at the same things, that we all liked the same stuff, we all read the same books, we all liked the same films, we all liked the same music? It would be very difficult to experience anything new. It would be very difficult to learn anything new. And what would we talk about other than the weather? That's what we'd be stuck with. The last thing, as we're thinking about this, which I have already started to touch on, is to avoid these comparisons. It is very easy for us in all kinds of ways to look at others and think, oh, they've got it sorted, you know, or that parish council is doing so many great things, we've only got this one project. And that we start to diminish ourselves doing that, and we start to put ourselves down, which is not helpful for our mental well-being. We want to build ourselves up. We want to, you know, build our little team up, and we want to encourage one another. So please avoid those comparisons. So they're just a few of the things that we can do. There are loads more, and I could speak for a long time about this, but this will give you a good start. So before I finish, I need to talk about stress. So stress is our response to harmful situations, and it's linked to our limbic system, which is our very ancient part of our brain, right from when we were cave people, basically. And it has linked to our fight or flight response. So during a stress response, so when something is really stressful, this is what we are doing. We are getting ready to run away or fight for our lives. And this comes back from the time when there were wild beasts, you know, that if you were faced with a saber-toothed tiger, these were your options. Otherwise, it meant certain death. So our breathing increases and our blood pressure increases and our heart rate increases. The blood diverts from places like our digestive system, because in that moment, that's not important. We need to get the blood and the oxygen to our legs if we are going to have to run, or to our arms if we're going to have to fight. The trouble is now, generally, when we are faced with a stressful situation, we have this response, but the situation is not usually life-threatening. Don't get me wrong, sometimes it is. You know, when you hear about the people, or you may have experienced it, you know, where you dash out and you maybe grab the toddler from the edge of the road, you know, or something like that. It does happen. We hear people who can lift up cars because somebody's trapped underneath. But generally, we still have this old response to a stimuli that currently in our modern world is probably not going to kill us. So let's have a talk about some of the things that can help. And I want to do this particularly with the idea of being a parish councillor or a parish clerk. Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. If you take one thing away today, please think about boundaries. So, you know, I do not have my parish council emails on my phone. So I'm not tempted to check them. You know what it's like. I'm going to check one email. An hour later, you're still there. This ties into our workload and our time management. I know it's very hard if you are part-time to work more hours, but we need to avoid that, or we need to have that discussion. So meditation and mindfulness, I'm really pleased that we are doing a guided meditation because it's so helpful. And meditation can be really short. It doesn't need to be sitting there, you know, for hours. It can be as short as 1 minute, just focusing on your breathing. Mindful walking, where you just notice how your muscles feel in your legs and how your feet feel as you walk along the ground. Mindful colouring is brilliant. And in lockdown, I found some books. I had the whole family doing them, which actually we coloured and then you made them into cards. So it was a double whammy. Reducing your news consumption. Okay, the news is very negative and often we are consuming it without realizing it. I'm not saying don't watch the news or don't listen to it, but if you find that it is very negative and it's all doom and gloom and that's all you're hearing, be careful about how many times you listen or watch it, because we have the radio on and we hear it every hour. You know, we perhaps watch it in the evening. You look at a website or an app in the evening. So the other things we can do, listen to a favourite song and have a bop around the kitchen. That's a really good one. Yesterday, my son and I had Cotton Eye Joe, and that cheered us both up. Zoe Ball plays it on Radio 2. The other last thing I'm going to talk about, and I'm only going to mention it, is your diet and exercise. We have already talked about the benefits of gardening and getting out in the fresh air and walking. And and when I talk about exercise, I mean moving your body in whatever way that you want to. There's no right or wrong. And your diet, I just want to say, just be mindful of what you're eating and what you are drinking. One of the best things and easiest things you can do is to make sure that you increase your drinking of water. It's something that I'm always working on because I do prefer a cup of tea, but I know I need to drink water as well. So just to finish, a lot of this is about self-care. We cannot pour from an empty cup. You need to put your oxygen mask on before you can help anyone else on that aeroplane. So I know it has been a whistle-stop tour, but thank you very much for listening. My details will be sent round. If you have any questions or you want to get in touch, please do. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Beckie. What a fantastic presentation again. So always realise that the mind is very powerful, but as you said, all those lovely top tips. We've had so many lovely top tips from so many different people today, all about, just as you say, breaking it down, manageable chunks. Happiness, confidence and self-esteem, dealing with stress and anxiety. I love the bit about avoiding comparisons as well, something I think I do myself. Joe and I sort of said at the beginning how lovely we saw that sunset over the beach this morning, so something I'm thankful for there too as well. So over to some questions then. Have we got any questions that anybody would like to share with Beckie before we pass on to the next one? I really enjoyed seeing those thankful comments that were coming up from people talking about their children coming home from university, or the dog, or whatever else they'd had from today. But it's really funny. You don't realise that just hearing other people's lovely comments, they put a smile on our face too. So thank you, Beckie. That's really good. I've got some grateful comments coming through as well, which is really nice. So wonderful. Okay, then that moves us swiftly on towards the end then. That's going to be our final session of the day, and we've decided to try something new too. So keeping in line with the wellbeing theme, and to round off our day, we're pleased to welcome Elaine Spencer, the Heal Good, Feel Good coach. Thank you, Elaine, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Elaine is an international Heal Your Life workshop leader and coach with almost, she doesn't look it, 30 years in the health and wellbeing industry. She works with local communities, businesses and wellbeing hubs, helping people to reconnect with themselves based on the Louise Hay mind-body connection philosophy. So if you're up for a challenge, today Elaine will be taking us through a simple and effective guided meditation session to help you understand what you and your body need right now. So over to you, Elaine.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for having me here today, and thank you for being here after a very long, busy day. Following on really a lot from what Beckie was saying earlier on, I'm called the Feel Good, Heal Good coach. For me, it's all about trying to find that focus and find those things, no matter what other busy things or challenges we're finding in everyday life, that make us feel good. So I thought I'd start before we do a guided meditation that's going to just help us connect with our true selves, connect with that person that we quite often tend to leave behind. They say, don't they, when we get on an aeroplane, to put the oxygen mask on ourselves first before anybody else. So for me, it's really important for us to find as many different times throughout every day, no matter how busy we are, to reconnect with those things that make us feel good, that help us feel grounded, help us start to listen to our inner voice, the messages that our body is always talking to us, always very kindly telling us of things we need to address, listen to. That might be pain, it might be going through challenging times, or it might be something that we really want to look forward to. But it's just making sure that we are putting that value on ourselves and learning to listen to and discover all the time. We're always learning, changing and growing, but discovering those things that make us feel good. So I thought I'd start with a few tips to help that really have worked for me. I've had a variety of jobs over the years, but particularly when I have been in a clerk environment, for me it's been about having objects or things around me that help me remind myself on my desk of those elements of feeling good. So it might be a photograph, a picture, you've been sharing all the things you've been grateful for, it might be a pet at home, anything that you can look at that just helps you kind of sink back into yourself and puts a smile on your face. It might have been a recent or an achievement from a long time ago. It might be that you jumped out of an aeroplane with a parachute as a present one day, and you want to remind yourself that you can achieve different and great things. It doesn't have to be work related. So whether it's a certificate or a badge, or it might even be a thank you card that somebody has written for you that really warmed your heart. And the really good thing about having these things around us on our desk and our spaces is to remind ourselves to treat ourselves as we would our own best friend. I don't know about you guys, but I know for myself a lot of the time, I love doing things for other people and I love doing things for myself, but I can lose myself a lot of the time. So if I start to listen to myself and start to treat myself how I would a best friend, then I start to look at things very differently. It changes that perception, but it is that added value for me to connect with me. So let's start with that now. So pop those pens down and just take a breath. If you can, just place your feet firmly grounded on the floor, and you don't have to close your eyes. You can just have a soft gaze or a focus on an object in front of you, whatever you're comfortable with. And I always sort of say, have a wriggle and a stretch. You want to get your knickers out your bum or wriggle your bra strap, whichever works for you, but just get yourself nice and comfortable. And you can sigh out any element of the day. Just let it go. You can close your eyes or just have that nice soft gaze. And just start to take some nice, relaxing breaths. There's no right or wrong way to meditate. It's just about reconnecting with who you truly are and taking that time, acknowledging that you are important, you do matter, you do count, and you are taking this time for you. So with each out breath, I just want you just to start connecting with your body. And we're just going to do a brief body scan, just starting from the base of those feet. And each time as you're breathing, you're just relaxing, you're dropping those shoulders down a little bit further, and you're just reconnecting with yourself. So as you start to bring in that breath, just have a gentle awareness and focus, just observing, no judgment, of how your feet are feeling. Are there any sensations? Are they cold? Are they hot? Is there pain, discomfort? Or are you feeling gratitude for all the support that they carry for you? It's just observing without that judgment. And if you find your mind starts to wander, that's absolutely fine. If there's thoughts, reminders or messages of things you need to do, you can say, thank you for reminding me, come back to me later. Or you can tell it to disappear and not come back again. And just gently start to bring yourself back to your breath. And take that breath up through your legs and around your knees. And just with each breath, you're just relaxing yourself a little deeper into your chair. And slowly bringing that breath up through the tops of your legs, around the base of your spine and your hips. And again, just gently and kindly observing any notices or observations of discomfort, pain, well-being, or anything that's coming up into your intuition that your body is kindly letting you know right now that it wants you to listen to. And just continuing with that nice relaxing breath, just bring that breath up through the top of your spine, from your hips all the way up to your neck and shoulders, your chest, your ribs, your waist. And just relax and sigh out all the tensions of the day. And taking that breath now a little bit further out, down through those arms, into those fingers and hands. And just feel yourself start to melt and relax deeper into that chair. No judgment, fully accepting and loving yourself exactly as you are right here, right now, as you gift yourself this time and space to connect to your I Am presence. And just make a mental note of any messages your body is kindly letting you know for you to address after this meditation. And just focusing on your breath, we're going to visualize now, and I want you to focus and picture a place where you really, really feel most like yourself. The place that is your meditative space, whether it's a walk on the beach or in the woods with your pets. Or it might just be some quiet time for you with some favourite music on in your car. Just visualise that space, picture it in your mind's eye, where you feel most like yourself. Meditation is about you connecting back with you and giving yourself this time to do so. Feel the wind on your face, the sun beaming down. If you're in the woods, it's coming through the trees, hearing the bustle and rustle of the leaves. If you're on the beach, it might be feeling the sand between your toes, or the soft ebbing and flowing of the waves, as you just connect a little deeper with your favourite place that makes you feel like home. You are always safe, divinely guided and protected, and your way is always made smooth and easy. And just keep that nice, relaxed focus as you connect to yourself in your favourite space. And where you are, whether you're visualising yourself walking along or sitting still, you notice that there's a gift for you on the floor, a small box or a bag with ribbons and bows on. You bend down to pick it up. You gently start to open this gift. And as you do so, you see a word or an object or a feeling that your body wants you to pay close and gentle attention to right now. It might be love, it might be peace, it might be well-being. And just take that gift and just bring it in and hold it into your heart, into your chest where you are right now. And just begin to breathe that gift in and thank your body for guiding you to this awareness of this gift that you are now gifting to yourself. And you can come and visit this time and space any time you choose, whether it's for 30 seconds or 30 minutes. There is no right or wrong. The value is in taking this time to listen, to trust your inner voice, that gut instinct that is always right, that is always talking to you. Just take this time to bring this gift and put it into your pocket for you to take with you, for it to be with you at any time you need. And taking in the last deep breath where you are, whether it's breathing and smelling the sea air or the smell of the woodland and the trees. And gently start to bring yourself back to this time and space where you are right now. Begin to wiggle your fingers and your toes and bring some awareness back into your body. And just take a nice, deep, relaxing breath. And when you feel ready, you can gently open your eyes. So just gently taking this time for yourself to bring yourself back into the room. If you have some water, have a drink of water. And just continue to be kind and gentle with yourself with any new awarenesses that come up today in the next few days, just from taking that short time for yourself and the day that you have invested in today as well. So thank you for sharing with me and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
How lovely. Well, Jo, I'm glad I was on the sofa. That was a really relaxing place to be. Absolutely loved that. How wonderful. So what a great way to finish our day, don't you think? Oh, well, I've just had to wake up from that state of relaxation I was in, Tracy. Oh, that was lovely, Elaine. Yeah, really good. Thank you. So, I'm back, and that brings us to the end of our presentations for the day. I'm sure you're all eager to relax after a long day of learning. So we will now announce the prize draw winners that we drew in advance. So good luck, everyone. Oh, well, those winning names then. So for the free allotments package, we have Anna Umira at Great Denham PC. Congratulations, Anna. Then Ray's lovely book, The Improper... Get me here. An Improper Officer. I need to wake up, you see. Congratulations to the 5 winners. They are Kate Bennett at Emneth, Sally Fulwood at Sticklepath, Jeff Bushell at Insorder, Susan Grant at Closterworth, and Lois Dale at Horton and Whiten. And apologies if I got any of the pronunciations wrong there. That £50 National Garden voucher, congratulations to Claire Llewellyn at Coxhoe Parish Council, and a lovely Bakers and Lana's hamper from locally here in Sheringham, congratulations to Andrea Robinson at Woodville PC. That rehook bundle is going to Lindsay Hudson at Asken Town Council, And finally, that bottle of gin, which we always want to win, don't we, Jo?
Yeah.
To Julie Brennan at Beacon Hill and Marston Green PC.
Oh, I enjoy those
well
prizes.
done to you all.
If your name was called, we'll be in touch after the event for details so we can dispatch your prizes and you can enjoy them. Next up is the pet pictures competition.
The highly
With
contested
the most votes going to, get ready for
Who
it.
is it?
We should have a picture of our winner on the screen. Oh, look at that lovely little nugget. Beautiful, beautiful there.
All worthy winners, but well done, Nugget, hey?
Well done, Nugget.
And then finally, the achievement that seemed to resonate with the most attendees here today was Jane Ditton at Priors Parish Council. Well done to Jane. Have you got the caption there, Jo? I think it's there for you all to see.
Yeah,
I can't
it is.
unfortunately read it from here, but well done. So before we do say our goodbyes, we would really like to hear which topic was your favourite today. So we're going to put that last poll back on. If you would like to vote, please do so.
Definitely. Wow, so we have had a jam-packed day here today, Tracy, and I really hope that you've all enjoyed the conference. Thank you to all attendees for joining us today, and a very big thank you to all of our speakers, partners, the film crew, as this wouldn't have been possible without you.
We will, of course, be sharing those presentations and recordings with you all sometime towards the end next week, along with the speaker details if you have any further questions. That's it for today. Once again, thank you for joining us. Have a great weekend. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye.